Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, or even good morning, wherever you are in the world. Good to have you with us. It's another special edition, surprise edition, if you will, of Pox Populi and Friends. And my guest tonight really needs no introduction. You all know who he is. It's Millennial Woes. Welcome, Millennial
Hello,
Woes. How are you?
hello. I'm very well, thank you, and thanks for inviting me on to do this. I think it's going to be an interesting conversation.
Yes, I do as well. And just let me get one item out of the way. It is Holy Week here in Spain. It is Semana Santa. And that means that there are lots of processions, lots of pasos, they are called, these very religious parades full of Catholic iconography occurring all throughout this week, including tonight. So at some point, you might hear off in the distance the sound of drums, tambours, trumpets. Hopefully, it won't be too distracting, but and hopefully, I'll be able to maybe mute my microphone if that does happen. But it will, I suppose, add some Spanish flair to tonight's conversation. So nothing I can do about that.
All right.
Right. So let
It's,
me
it's
also
interesting
just
it's interesting that comes up in a stream where we're really talking about the dissolution of Europe and European culture. It's interesting that something like that intervenes, which it seems almost like a message.
Spain is such a frustrating country when it comes to its traditions. Um, it is one of the most, and I say this with experience, having been in other European countries too. And I also say this with regret, with remorse. But Spain is actually very paused. I don't think people know this, or they're surprised to hear this because um, many people have this idea that Spain is a sort of bastion of uh, Catholicism, and it is very Catholic in a sort of performative way. And then, of course, there's the legacy of Franco. But Spain is very paused. And so when Semana Santa comes around, it's kind of frustrating to observe the hypocrisy of, so many people who are increasingly radically feminist. They don't set foot in a church all year long. But when Semana Santa comes around, suddenly it's all crucifixes and people crying as the statue of the Virgin passes by, and during the parades and everything. And um, but at the same time, it's nice to see that they do maintain these traditions and take them seriously. Um, even though it is a bit sort of hollow, I guess, but at least it's something.
Well, is it hollow if they're weeping about it? I don't know. That's a genuine question because
You
people
have to
can
understand Mediterranean
muster up.
culture.
Yeah, yeah,
Mediterranean people like to be emotional. They like to be emotional in public and in front of
yeah,
people. Funerals are the same.
yeah.
And in this case, you know, when they're marching through the streets, oftentimes they're carrying something very heavy, the paso itself, which is this. It's basically they are scenes. They're little stages built on very heavy wooden beams, and on top of these stages, you'll have statues of various, figures: Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary, Pontius Pilate, all recreating, scenes of the events of Holy Week. And I believe it's only men who carry these very heavy, stages. But there are also processions where women participate. They're dressed in sort of those Ku Klux Klan outfits. It's very funny when Americans see what goes on during Semana Santa. They're just completely appalled. They think it's a Klan rally because the costumes are very similar, although they come in different colors. There's white, there's also purple and black. Um, and so in some cases, they'll walk barefoot through the streets in these black robes. The men are carrying these heavy floats. They put a lot of practice into this. They train for it. It's it's all about the suffering as well. They're trying to recreate the suffering of Jesus Christ. And so that's why, you'll see people crying as it passes by, because also this represents their neighborhood, they're part of the city, their parish. Maybe they have a son or a brother or a husband who's walking in that procession, carrying that beam, or walking barefoot through the streets. And so it is very emotional for them. So that's why the tears start to flow. And it's also a source of pride as well.
And, to touch on the topic that we're going to focus on here, has this been paused at all? I mean, is the rainbow flag there?
Well, I don't think so. Now, I haven't really left my, I guess, my quote unquote hometown. It's not my hometown, but the town where I've been living. It's been a while since I've actually sort of left it, and I haven't observed Semana Santa in any of the other places. Although I did catch a few days of it in the city of Malaga, and in Malaga and in Sevilla, it's a huge thing. Like they put up basically like bleachers. They build little sort of stands, like bleachers in the streets, and they're packed with. It's a spectacle, and I haven't seen any sort of pausing of this. The rainbow flag hasn't made an appearance. Corporate sponsorships, which I also find really abhorrent, they haven't appeared as well.
See, that's
So
part of it, isn't it? Like once the corporate sponsorship is there, then the thing has become a consumer experience, and it has become the property or the province of the corporations. And certainly then the rainbow flag will be not far behind, surely.
Yeah, exactly. There's an interesting comment here from Dave Doge. He says, no, the rainbow flag has not been introduced into Holy Week processions, but women won the right to wear the pointy hat costumes some years ago. Yes, I was wondering if in the past, only men participated in these processions as, the people carrying the floats and walking through the streets. But yes, it is true that nowadays women will be able to, or I don't know how many years it's been this way, but they are allowed in these processions as well. Not, I believe, as float carriers, but like I said earlier, they are in the processions where they take their shoes off and they walk bare through the streets, etc.
Maybe
maybe
the trans women can be float carriers.
Well, and that's another thing too, is that this is just crazy, how wrapped up. Well, this is what we're going to talk about later. We're leaving lots of tasty spoilers of what we're going to chat about. But this is what's so crazy about Spain. It's just how feminist the country is politically, and how the trans thing has become a part of that. And just a few weeks ago, the Spanish government, which is ruled by neo-communists and radicals, passed this thing called La Ley Trans, the trans law, which grants some of the most extreme, I suppose, quote unquote, progressive trans policies in all of Europe. So yeah, it wouldn't be, Woes, I think you might have made a very grim prediction, but I wouldn't be surprised if sometime in the near future, a scandal erupts where some trans man is going to want to participate in a carrying of a paso or something. And, the traditional Spanish Catholics will have no idea how to react. It'll just be a mess.
Yeah, that's the thing. That there is no way to react because there's no system in place. The answer is, well, because this is tradition. This is our tradition. But that's not a good enough answer in an age like ours. So this is how it wins every time. That should be a good enough answer. But in a scientific and a logical, rationalist age, it's not. Tradition is something that, and increasingly people are taught to be very skeptical about tradition, in general. And this is how traditions fall away completely, because people think, well, what's the point? Really, well, what's well, what's it achieving? What does it the ritual and ceremony? Uh, why? What do these things achieve? But the weird thing about this is that what you see with COVID is that ritual and ceremony are very dear to people. When it's a different cause, ritual and ceremony are absolutely full of meaning for them. And so then they can see the point of it. Then they can see the point of banging pots and pans for the NHS, for example. Or they can see the point of social distancing because they think it's and again, you could say, well, they're doing it as a threat of a disease, but I'm not really convinced that's the whole answer. Especially once you're a year into the thing and people are still doing it. I think at that point it has become a ritual. Because I don't really think that people were that scared of COVID by 2022. So and yet a lot of them kept doing this stuff. So I think by then it had become just a ritual and a ceremony, and I think that shows you that people actually do want this in their lives. It's just that the cause has to be meaningful to them. It has to be important to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think another example of late was the passing of the Queen Elizabeth and all of the pageantry, the funeral, everything that came along with that. It's just democracy is such shit. You could just see that the people want this. They want the pageantry. They want the regality. They want something that is timeless, traditional, has meaning for them as a people, something exclusively theirs. And you get the sense even, just look how much Americans were captivated by it. It's just, I do think that there's something in these rituals, in the symbolism, in unifying a nation, in certain performative practices that, like with the Spaniards, it produces really intense emotions. The Spaniards weep. That's probably not something that the native English will be doing very often in public, but they certainly had an intense emotional response to the passing of the Queen, for sure.
Oh, definitely. I can't remember seeing people weeping, but it's like they didn't need to. You can tell that it matters a lot to them. The other thing here is about global versus local, or universalist versus local, because I think that part of why the Queen dying mattered so much to British people is that we see the royal family so much, and especially the Queen, for decades and decades. Whereas people in the rest of the world won't, even though they're familiar with the royal family, they won't see them nearly as frequently as we do, and they're not, and the royal family aren't sort of woven into their lives. So I think that's another reason that when it ends, when one of them, the monarch, dies, it just is sort of automatically meaningful to you. Even if you, and I said this at the time, even if you're not really much of a royalist, even if you hate them, a lot of people still think, that's part of the continuity gone now. It's a new era now. I'm not an admirer of Queen Elizabeth II, and I'm not really, in fact, I'm not an admirer of the royal family. I am a monarchist, but it's like my feelings are irrelevant here because it's really what everyone else, what the majority felt was, I think, very genuine. And but from a universalist perspective, it was completely irrational. What difference does it make to you? How does this actually affect your life? A materialist perspective would be completely race blind or color blind about this thing. It just wouldn't understand why this is meaningful to people.
Exactly. And, I think you said it, you took the words out of my mouth there. I don't admire the royal family. I don't admire the Queen of the United Kingdom. But yeah, I I like the idea of monarchy as a system of rule. And I think that these institutions, such as the institution of the royal family, they do matter. And, it's in a world where so much now is just cheap and hollow and vulgar. I I was happy to see something that was serious, that was somber, that was meaningful, and the people respected it. They understood the moment, and we got to see actually some real tradition play out. And again, that's the sort of thing that happens every year here in Spain during Semana Santa. You get to see real tradition, and people take it seriously, and it's nice. It's for someone like me, I think it's nice.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think that people want romance and tradition, and romance is a word that I use quite a lot, perhaps in a non-standard sense. I mean, when I talk about romance in this kind of context, what I mean is having a faith in something or having a love for something that isn't really rational and doesn't quite derive from the thing itself, but from what you need it to be. In the same way that you might have a romance about a woman, and it's not quite based on who she is. It's what you invest in her. It's how you idealize her, and so on. Now, obviously, there are dangers there, that it's very far from the reality. But nonetheless, I think this is something that a lot of people need to do and want to do. And the rationalist perspective tells them not to do this.
Yes.
So you would have something like, the Great Reset would be entirely rationalist. It would say you should care about this because of this. We should do this because of this. So tradition doesn't really come into it at all, actually. In fact, tradition is very much antithetical to it. But
sure, yeah,
that leaves people with a feeling of hollowness, because they're just operating in the material world and on a very logical basis, which makes you into an automaton, really. It means that you have no romance. You have no sense of the eternal. And that's rather unfulfilling.
right. It's the word. It's everything empty. This technocratic, sort of democratic, deconstructed society that we live in. It all feels a bit unfulfilling. It all feels a bit empty. And I think some of it might be, the unintended consequences of misguided people. But if you look at what individuals who formed the Frankfurt School, for example, had in mind, and were living in the aftermath of their ideas, these were people who went to sunny California after the 1930s Germans kicked them out, and they were miserable even there. They were just miserable deconstructionists all the time, even there, and they wanted everyone else to be a miserable deconstructed person too. And so when we get to see these moments of tradition, I do think it's right to say that there is a sort of a spiritual element to it, that is uplifting and fulfilling for our souls, because these are the things that have been stripped away and replaced by really nothing.
Yeah. Well, they've been replaced with the sustainable goals and inclusivity and all this kind of stuff, which is a way to
Right. So let's get into that kind of stuff. So
right, yeah.
We've done a little 20-minute tangent there, which we are want to do. The last time you and I spoke was Millennial, and we were going to talk about Scottish independence and separatist movements throughout Europe, and we were going to do a sort of taking stock of all the things that had happened since the last time I was on Millennial, which was in 2018. So quite a few years had passed. And in the end, we ended up having a completely improvised conversation that went in a totally different direction, but it was very enjoyable. So we do have this tendency to just start riffing off each other, which I don't think, I don't mind. And I don't think, from the responses that we got from that Millennial, I don't think many other people minded as well. But we do want to have this one be a bit more structured. So um, of late, you and I had been chatting in particular about some things that you've written on your Substack. So I'm going to throw it over to you. Just tell us a little bit about your your stepping into the scene of Substack. This is something that you had wanted to do for a while. You spoke about it on many occasions. I'm going to make a Substack. I'm going to start writing, articles and essays. And now you've finally done it, and you've written some real bangers. So, how do you feel being on Substack and expressing yourself through writing?
Well, I think I started talking about it a year ago or at the start of last year, but it goes back. The story of all this goes back much further than that, to about 2018, because 2018 was when I was in this 2018 and 19 was when I suddenly stopped making videos, and I didn't really understand why. I didn't know what was going on. I couldn't really understand my state of mind at the time. It was quite confusing, because 2017 had been very productive, very successful. And the years before that, 14, 15, and 16, that had been the same. And then suddenly it all stopped. And part of it is what we're going to be talking about. But another part of it is that I think I just sort of exhausted myself with the videos. And what I needed to do was get away from improvising to the camera. And because even though I couldn't think of what to say to the camera, my head was full of ideas and reflections and feelings about the world. But it was chaotic. And so I needed to get away from improvising to the camera and allow myself the ability to write something down and finesse it and rearrange it and make it clear, make it coherent. And it took me a long time to realize that. It took me a long time to realize that this would actually be a way out of this creative impasse. I mean, another way might have been just to talk to the camera with no topic at all and just see where it went. But I was always quite scared of doing that, sort of like a deer in the headlights. So anyway, at some point, Substack became a thing. I think maybe 2020 was when I first heard of it, 2021. And then other people from our scene started opening Substack blogs. And I looked at the website and I really liked it. I immediately thought, this feels different from, it feels high quality. And it's amazing it's amazing what a difference that makes, because you don't really find trash written on Substack. And I think, and I dare say it does exist, but I haven't seen it. I literally can't remember finding a low quality, crappy Substack. And I think this is, I can only assume that this is because the website itself encourages a certain type of behavior, because it takes itself seriously, that it encourages the writers to take it seriously and to take their work on that platform seriously. And this is what I detected very quickly about the platform, that it seemed to be high quality, even though it wasn't really part of the mainstream. Now, I'm not going to name names, but there are other platforms that have been part of alt tech, and they haven't been very well made. They haven't taken that job seriously of coming up with a good interface and maintaining it. They've sort of skimped on that and jumped ahead to calling themselves rebels and the free speech alternative and all that. Now, what that does is it relegates you, both in the eyes of the mainstream, who never take you seriously because you've declared yourself a dissident, but also in the eyes of dissidents, because they know it's just a dissident platform. it's not actually serious. And I know that's counterintuitive. You'd think that dissidents would like it, but actually I think in practice we don't. We want quality, and we want to be taking part in something that is prestigious, that has credibility. Because why the fuck would you not? In the end, if you're not doing that, then you're just playing around. You're just sort of LARPing as someone who's talking about the world and trying to change the world and whatever. It's all about taking the matter seriously. And I think that Substack encourages that in people. So that was what
many of our many people on our side are worried about, rightly so, the ghettoization of our thing and
very
the people
much.
who comprise it. And if we are always on these alt-tech, free speech, rebel
Well, exactly.
platforms
I mean, look,
that don't get taken seriously, only really get seen by us, then
yeah,
we are really kind of in a ghetto. And I do
we
think
are in a ghetto.
some people have
You know,
kind of poo-pooed Substack, and I always keep, I hedge my bets, and I say, look, I treat every mainstream platform as an enemy printing press that I have snuck into to make my propaganda against the regime. And so I will be on Twitter, and I will use, YouTube. Look, we're streaming on YouTube. I still have my YouTube channel for somehow, right? And I will still, stream on this channel until one day it gets completely removed, and then I'll use alternatives. But I don't mind using these platforms, and I also have a Substack, and I don't mind using it, even though I don't place 100% of my faith in it to maintain its ideal of free speech and high quality and things like that. But you have to also see the other side of the use to it, the utility to it. And I think you're right that Substack seems to have attracted really high quality people, and that's boosted its sort of prestige. And if we can be on that platform and we can get eyes on our stuff, good. It's just that there's only positives in that.
absolutely. I mean, you can have different goals. And if what you want is to have a place where dissidents can congregate, then anything will do. And it doesn't really matter how well made the thing is. It doesn't matter how it looks. You're not trying to persuade or communicate with the normies, the mainstream. So, some Mastodon server or whatever it's called will do the job. It can be shoddily coded. It can look like shit. It doesn't matter because we're all committed. We all know how serious things are. So we're not going to care about such trifles as a slick user interface or something like that. That can be one goal, but another goal can be you're trying to reach the mainstream. You're trying to communicate and create something that will outlast you and leave a mark on the world. And in that case, the interface, everything really does matter. And I think the thing is, our enemies want us in the ghettos. They want us in the echo chambers because they know that the pub will never reach the public there. And this is the bummer about being on Odyssey. Odyssey is actually very well coded website for the most part, although it does have buffering issues. But it looks good. It looks slick. And yet, what percentage of the public will even have heard of Odyssey? 1%? I doubt it's even 1%. So when Hope Not Hate want us banned, I mean, they've left me alone for 2 or 3 years, really. They haven't harassed me. They haven't been stalking me or anything like that. And I think it's because I got banned from both Twitter and YouTube. And so at that point, I'm no longer a danger in their mind. I'm on Telegram and Odyssey and BitChute and Substack, but they're not worried about that because they know the public don't go there. And so to marinate in being on the fringes, I think is really short-sighted because basically that's where our enemies want us. They're happy for
Yeah.
me to be posting every week to Odyssey. They don't care because they know the public will never see that. Whereas when I was on YouTube, that is a threat to them. And of course, we'll probably get to the matter of Twitter later. That might bring me back into their crosshairs. I'm not sure. But so the thing with Substack
we
is,
shall see.
Yeah, the thing with Substack is that it's kind of like Telegram. It's occupying this in-between state where it looks good, it's slick, it's well coded, it's reliable, it's stable, and crucially, it looks really good. I can't emphasize how important that is. People will think I'm being shallow, but it's extremely important that the platform looks professional. So it's doing all that, like Telegram is, and yet it seems to believe in freedom of speech, like Telegram does. So it's a weird thing where we're constantly waiting for Telegram to become censorious. And sometimes it does. Sometimes it sort of flirts with it and shuts down a channel or something, but it's very rare. And I think in the same way, Substack might eventually be given an offer that it can't refuse. You know, it might be told by Visa or MasterCard, like Patreon was. This happened with Patreon. You can keep going and you can grow from the position you're now in, but you have to you have to ban 1,000 people. That here's the list. and if you don't, then you're fucked. You're complete. We're going to withdraw all financial services from you, so you'll just fall apart. You'll cease operating. So that's the choice. You can either have a glorious future, or you can go bankrupt now. You know, and obviously, if Substack are given that choice, they're going to. I mean, I would imagine they'll choose to continue existing. Telegram seems to be somewhat immune to this threat because it's funded from Russia, I believe. But anyway, so that's is there anything you want to pick up on there?
No, I was just I just wanted to let people know that you've started a Substack. There's some really good articles on it that you've written. You wrote a very, very good piece on Scottish independence recently, and one day we will have that conversation about Scottish independence and other independence or separatist movements in Europe. We will have that conversation one day. But you've been writing some really good stuff. I think everyone who knows you knew that you would be a good writer, and it's proven to be so. So I do suggest that everyone, if they haven't already, take a look at Woes' Substack, subscribe, read the things he's already written. They're all very, very good. And yeah, like you said, it seems to be pretty resilient, pretty resolutely free speech. Like during the COVID, during the height of COVID, we saw lots of doctors and scientists and epidemiologists and virologists lose their Twitter accounts. There was the one who's got the white hair and the white beard.
Robert Malone.
Exactly. Yep. There was another one. She was based in California, I believe. She lost her Twitter account, but they're on Substack, and nothing seems to have happened to them there. And they basically were able to, on Substack, being given the nature of Substack, they were able to make really long form, deep dive sort of things into all of the data and the facts and the things that they want to express with no consequences to them. Whereas on Twitter, they suffered account suspensions.
Of course. I mean, at that point, Twitter, that's pre-Musk Twitter. So it was at the apex of its censorious phase, where, I mean, it was just a nightmare. It was just a dead zone. It was a graveyard. And this is why I was happy to leave it eventually in 2020, because there was no point being on there anymore. It was pointless. It was just depressing. But one other thing about Substack is it's interesting that each platform lends itself to a different form of communication. So obviously on Twitter, it's very pithy, very concise statements, which can be a bit lightweight and a bit bitchy, but
Definitely.
hopefully they make a point. And then Telegram is a bit longer. Telegram posts, I don't know how many people read a Telegram post that has more than 2 paragraphs. But you can go, it's between 1 and 5 paragraphs is probably the normal range. So you can make a post which addresses a single topic in a very, very concise way. That's what you can do on Telegram. Now on Substack, it's obviously a longer form, and you can really give a topic a proper, thorough treatment. And so, as I said at the beginning there, I think this is what I needed to do for a long time. And I think this is why there's such I'm going through a burst of activity right now with Substack, where I have about 35 essays, maybe 40 in draft. In draft form. Wow. And it's just ridiculous. It's a real creative burst for me. And I think
we haven't known each other very long.
That's what I needed to do for ages. Sorry, go on.
We haven't known each other very long. Just, like I said, 2018 was when I reached out to you to be a guest on Millennial. And then, we've been in contact ever since then. But we've never met in person. But I honestly have to tell you that I just knew you'd be a good writer. I knew this would happen. I knew you'd have a huge wellspring of material. I consider you the Morrissey of the dissident right. You have this reputation in the mainstream.
Heaven knows I'm flattered now.
Well, here's my thinking behind it. You have this reputation in the mainstream. They vilified you, right? You're the vile vlogger, okay? And yet, the vilified persona that they have created is nothing like what you really are. No. You're actually quite sentimental and kind and helpful, and I think it's the same with Morrissey. They've got this, they vilified him, and he's the Pope of Mope. He's grumpy, he's misanthropic, but actually he's quite funny, and he's he's actually very, very open and sentimental about things. He's not this horrible, grouchy person that he's been, sort of caricatured to be. And so I just think you guys have a lot of similarities with that, and you're both, I think, obviously creative. And I would say, even though you talk politics and social issues, I do think you have an artistic side which comes out.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, I think that you're going to enjoy. I think you are enjoying Substack, and I think everyone else is going to enjoy it as well. And so we were talking about these things, and as we were sort of chatting about various things and stuff that you've written on Substack, we realized that one of the other things that we were going to talk about on the most recent edition of Millennial was this sort of taking stock of all that's happened in the past few years. And we just decided
this is based. I should say that this is because I showed Pox an essay that I have in draft form. It's pretty much finished now, and it's called The Rainbow Regime. It hasn't gone up yet. It will go up probably in a couple of weeks. And I showed it to you because I wanted your opinion on it, and also because it referenced something you had said. So that's, that just to introduce that to people. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, so that's kind of like, that's the inspiration behind this, because we realized that, well, this would make a good live stream topic. And so let's set the stage, the sort of the pre-COVID scenario, right? So I made the appearance on Millennial 2018. In that point in time, my concern was basically nationalism. and stopping this invasion. There was terror attacks happening quite regularly on the European continent. And I even remember, and this was, sort of how naive I was. I remember in one video, I encouraged people to vote because we had Trump, we had Salvini and Lega in Italy, Marine Le Pen. We had Vox rising up in Spain, and so it looked like no, only the severe naysayers are saying there's no political solution. Yes, look, there are some political solutions, and we can stop the boats, and we can deport the criminals. And that was more or less my focus. Of course, along with nationalist issues, along with immigration issues, there are, societal ills. I named my channel Pox Populi, my persona Pox Populi, as I've explained, to sort of talk about the poxes in the populace, because it's not just, oh, let's stop immigration and then everything will be fine. No, there's some serious issues that we need to sort out as well that go quite deep, and even, like we were saying, some of them are spiritual, some of them are philosophical. And then a lot of shit happened in the years since. So let's go back to the pre-COVID era, and it does feel like a different era. What would you like to point out as a sort of stepping stone first?
Well, I think that, and this is where I start the essay, COVID was obviously a watershed, and we tend to forget what things were like before a watershed. So it's just a part of the way we remember, the way our memory works. So we tend to think that things were all right before COVID. COVID made everything really bad, but prior to that, it was livable, it was a sustainable situation or whatever. The truth is, and sometimes it's specific memories that allow you to remember how things actually were. And I have a specific memory of just before COVID, someone saying to me, an organizer in the movement, saying that it's very difficult to put on conferences now because Antifa are so aggressive and so numerous and so prevalent and so well-resourced, and they always get away with whatever they do. And so it's very difficult to put on conferences. And also the financial system is making things very difficult for us as well. That was late 2019. And so because I have that specific memory, that helps me to remember the general situation of late 2019, before COVID. And the general situation was a great sense of darkness and directionlessness. Nobody knew what to do. It was becoming clear by then that we were up against a general problem. It wasn't specific. It wasn't narrow. But even so, COVID still opened our eyes to the magnitude of it. Now, to go back further, 2014, 15, 16, when I started, it was 2014. And at that point, I think we were all very naive about the situation. And this is why the intervening years, by 2019, 5 years later, things seemed a lot darker. Because in 2014, I think we thought we were up against separate problems. That the LGBT, feminism, mass immigration, atheistic nihilism, consumerism. I don't even know if people would have taken consumerism seriously in our circles as a problem. I mean, obviously they would have seen it as dangerous, but I don't think they would have realized, Pepsi are sponsoring gay stuff. They wouldn't have seen that the massive amounts of money from consumer products are going
Yeah.
into the pause, as it were,
Yeah.
because they didn't realize that the pause was much broader than, well, they didn't realize how broad a thing it was. So even though these things might have a common metaphysical root, the loss of Christianity, the loss of Western civilization, etc., we thought that they were separate beasts. And by late 2019, it was becoming clear that maybe they are separate beasts, but they interact very closely, and they're all in agreement with each other. And then what COVID taught us was, no, it really is just one single thing. I mean, it's so interconnected that these different things are so interconnected in every way, logistically, financially, in terms of human resources, as well as the intellectual stuff as well. They're so interconnected that it operates effectively as a singular, unified entity. The other thing that COVID changed with in this regard was that from 2014 to 2019, the regime, as I'll call it, presented itself as it didn't like us, but it liked everyone else. It was a force of joy and togetherness and happiness, and it just wanted libertine, selfish individualism, consumerism. It wanted everyone drinking Coca-Cola while celebrating gay rights, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. What COVID changed there was that suddenly the rainbow was nasty. It was dark. It wasn't just nasty to us for opposing it. It was nasty to the general. It was contemptuous of the general mm-hmm. population. And also it ceased, it transitioned from an individualistic mindset of, just buy the products you want, buy the services you want, shag the girls you like, and go to the countries you want to go to, and all that kind of stuff. It went from that to a very collectivistic mindset where you've got to devote yourself to the public health and the community, and you've got to stay in your house for the good of everyone else. So, and stop being selfish and start really thinking about how you affect everyone else by not wearing a mask and by being a bag of bacteria and germs and so on. So this was a huge change in the way that the regime presented itself. But the other part of it is that I think that the general public are so asleep and so oblivious and so undiscerning that they continued seeing the regime in the same way that they had before, where, well, it just cares about us. It just cares about people. The rainbow means that it is a force of positivity. And that's why it's telling me to stay in my house. And that's why it's destroying my economy. It's for everyone's good. So they still didn't wake up. And then post-COVID, you went to Ukraine, the Putin thing, and of course also BLM in 2020 as well, and the US election, and all of this, everything that's happened, the rainbow was there as a symbol, an emblem. Now, I don't want to get stupid about this. I'm not referring to the rainbow as a sentient being. Obviously not. It's just a symbol. It's just the unifying symbol of all that brings all this together visually. And I think back in 2014, when it was all separate, the rainbow was pretty much confined to the gay LGBT movement, and back then it was mostly LGB. The trans thing was yet to really emerge. But latterly, it's become just everywhere, and it's associated with all of this stuff. And it's just remarkable. And because people always say, how can Antifa be pro-vax? And how can they be pro-NATO? I heard someone saying the other day that they were at an anti-NATO rally, and they were opposed by Antifa. So Antifa are now pro-NATO.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just it's such a head fuck. And how can they be pro-authoritarianism when they're supposedly anarchists? And how can they be pro-big business, mass global corporations when they're supposedly communists? Now, that is less of a contradiction than people suppose, but nonetheless. And the unifying thing is the rainbow. That's what, but it wasn't a unifying thing until surprisingly recently. As I say, in 2014, the rainbow was just associated with the LGBT. Now it's everywhere, and that's by tracking that change, you can track how open the regime was, that it was a regime.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, if you think back to the refugees welcome rallies, if you think back to the images of, these NGOs and these activist groups welcoming supposedly Syrians in German train stations, if you think about the refugees welcome banners strung up in cities like Barcelona, there is no rainbow flag associated with them in 2015, in 2016. It was just not there. It was conspicuous in its absence now, but it wasn't there. Whereas now, in 2023, for example, just over the course of the past couple of weeks, over 6,000, invaders were ferried onto the island of Lampedusa again and dumped there. And it was record-breaking numbers. The number of people dumped on Lampedusa broke the old record of the most in a day, and later the most in a week, in the space of a week. And what's interesting now, and it was thanks to your soon-to-be published essay that this sort of clicked in my head. I was like, oh yeah, is that in one of the pictures taken of the NGO boats, one of the NGO boats that acts as this ferry, this taxi service for quote unquote migrants, one of the NGO boats that had docked in Lampedusa was flying the gay flag, and not just the rainbow flag.
And this is recent. This is like the other day. That's important.
Yes, this is recent. Now it's flying the flag it's got the rainbow, but then off on the left, I don't know the nautical term or the heraldic term of the left side of the flag, but on that part of the flag, now it's the one where you've got the encroaching multicolored triangles. There's the black and brown stripes for BLM. There's the pastel blue and pink for the trannies. And that flag was flying on one of these NGO boats. And it's just, it doesn't make sense, but it's like you said, it's now the rainbow regime, and this is ubiquitous now.
I mean, you couldn't really justify that with the facts there and then. You couldn't say this flag is on that boat because the refugees that it's ferrying, are gay or trans.
Right.
That's obviously not the case. The NGO, I'm presuming, is not staffed entirely by gay people or trannies. So why is the flag there? Unless to symbolize a general unity between these different causes.
Right.
And yeah, exactly, it wasn't there before. Now, I was amazed for this article, I started researching, and I didn't know it was going to go in this direction. I started researching for photos of the LGBT, the rainbow flag at protests, and I assumed it must have been there in 2015, the migrant crisis stuff. Must have been. But I couldn't find any photos of it. And I don't really know exactly when this change occurred, but if you look at photos of the refugees are welcome here, that Wir schaffen das, all this fucking nonsense that was going on in Germany in 2015. and Italy, Lampedusa back then. That was how it started, the Lampedusa stuff. That was when I did one of my videos that has since followed me. I said something quite harsh, and it got misconstrued, of course, as being even harsher than I had meant it. But anyway, that doesn't matter now. So it started with Lampedusa, and then in September it was Germany, and I thought the rainbow flag will be there, but it's not there at all. And I think, I mean, you've got to try to track this by looking at photos and protests through the years, and every year matters, because things are change so fast that every year literally matters here. So I think that the rainbow became ubiquitous, I think, in either 2017 or 2018. And I've got a photo in the essay from 2016, where it's refugees are welcome, and there isn't a single rainbow flag in the crowd. I've got photos of a concert in late or mid 2018, and the rainbow is everywhere. It's inescapable. You can't get away from it.
Let's talk about that concert, and let's talk about the event that inspired the sort of impromptu creation of that concert. This is something, again, because like I've said in the description for this stream, so much has happened, as you've just said. So much happens. Some of it quite traumatic, some of it quite momentous, but then something else happens. And also because of the interconnectivity of the modern era and being on the internet, things happen not even in your own country, but they still seem momentous.
There's still a brick in the wall. There's still what's the term? Like a paving slab on the pavement, whatever. They're relevant.
And that they're going to have that whatever happens in a country like Britain or France, or the migrants being dumped on Lampedusa, that that's going to affect your country too, especially if you're if you're in Europe. And of course, things happen in the United States that affect everywhere, just because the United States is that important and influential. And so, yeah, there's always something happening. And so it makes it very easy to forget just some of the momentous things that truly were momentous, but 6 months later, they're forgotten. And one of the things was Chemnitz. So in your essay, you talk about this. Again, I'll throw it to you. Remind us all of what happened in Chemnitz, Germany.
Well, first, you've got to establish that the 2015 migrant crisis wasn't a crisis, and it wasn't limited to 2015. It's never stopped. It goes on and on and on and on, even today, such that in 2018, 3 years after the so-called crisis, it was still going on, and the asylum seekers were still flooding into all parts of Germany, even the based eastern part of Germany, the former communist part of it. And that's where Chemnitz is. And I mean, there's actually a statue to Karl Marx, which is, there's a street called, I think it's Karl Marx Strasse, I can't remember now. But anyway, so what happened was more and more asylum seekers flooded into the city, and eventually, I'm sure there was all sorts of violence and various incidents that didn't become relevant for one reason or another. But in August 2018, one of them did become relevant. A Kurdish asylum seeker got into an argument with some guy, a German-Cuban guy, a half German, half Cuban carpenter called Daniel Hillig. They got into an argument on the street and stabbed him to death. And it was one... Well, there were possibly 3 asylum seekers involved in this. And I can actually read you. But just listen to this. I'll read you. This is just to paint how utterly ridiculous this whole thing is.
Yeah, go on, please do. Yeah.
Hold on a minute. While all of this was going on, the police were investigating the murder. One of the prime suspects was an Iraqi asylum seeker, an absolute poster boy for open borders. And the next is a quote. Yusuf Abdullah has a criminal record with 6 offences, which include fraud and drug possession. He was most recently sentenced in July 2018, the month before the attack, to a suspended sentence of 8 months for dangerous bodily harm. He came to Germany in 2015 via the Balkans and was to be deported in 2016 to Bulgaria, where he had first applied for asylum, but a 6-month deadline for the deportation was missed by the German authorities. His application for asylum was rejected, but he won in the legal proceedings afterwards. So that will all be costing the German taxpayer fortunes. Like this one criminal lowlife will have been using their legal system at their expense. Anyway, 3 days after the stabbing of Hillig, Abdullah's application for asylum was rejected again. He has also used 2 different identities and forged documents during the asylum proceedings. He was known for always carrying a knife with him.
Unbelievable.
I mean, this is just utter scum. And this is a demonstration of why people are so against asylum. We've got no idea about the kinds of people that are being let in. Anyway, I then wrote, you might think that with a record this grisly, the police surely had their man. But in fact, the actual killer turned out to be a completely different asylum seeker. I mean, we laugh, but it's fucking bad. I mean,
sometimes you can only laugh. It's just so absurd.
This guy that I've just described was almost certainly involved. They think it was 3, and this guy fled. There was another one who I think had to be let off for lack of evidence, and then the other guy is the one who went to prison for it. So 3 guys, possibly versus 3 Germans, who were all quite seriously injured, and one of them, as I say, died of the injuries. I mean, it's just sick. It's just sick that this is what's being imposed on the German population. I mean, I remember, we talked about this before we went on air, all of the things that have happened that you hear about, and then that will only be a fraction of the things that are actually happening. Now, how many German women have been raped? I mean, it's probably, we've got no idea. Because the way that it was happening when I was living in Germany was that something would be reported in the local press in the town or city where it happened, but it would not be reported in the national press, and it wouldn't be added to the national picture. So everything would remain very isolated, and the people in that city wouldn't know that the same thing happened just 2 days ago in the city next door. So, and certainly a general national picture never emerged. So, I mean, it's just so perverse and wrong. I don't know what to say. This is just, it's like a population being systematically abused.
And it's happening drip by drip. And this is also goes into the insidiousness of the whole, dizzying array of these momentous events. It's that we can't stay focused on one, because something else creeps up, something else occurs, something else comes out of the blue, and now we have to worry about that, and then another thing, and then something else. And so, we're left with people have said, how much is it going to take? How many colognes have to happen? How many Bataclans have to happen? We remember Bataclan. Does anyone remember Nice? Does anyone remember the Stockholm Truck of Peace a year later? At Christmas time, do we remember all of the attacks in the German Christmas markets? I mean, it's just been so much carnage. And yet, I think one of the reasons why there hasn't been, a mass reaction to it was because there was, again, like we've seen over the past few years, the regime will create the crises necessary to have emergency powers and implement all of these restrictions and censorship and distractions even. And, it's just been very insidious, but also seemingly calculated. Now, talking about reactions, though, there was a reaction in Chemnitz.
And
And
and the regime did provide a distraction.
exactly.
So
This
it's
was
interesting.
I think this is a foreshadowing of things to come, and also in a foreshadowing of how the rainbow would become utilized as this unifying symbol of everything this dystopian regime wants to impose on us. So what happened after this murder came to light?
Okay, I think it's important to note that people can get angry about things, but they want an excuse not to get angry. They want an excuse to just look the other way. They want an excuse to not care. They want any rationale for doing nothing, especially if doing something would endanger them. This is unfortunate. It's just an aspect of human nature. The pleasure principle, there's a term for this, like the minimization of energy. I think this is just how people are. And so the regime can use that very effectively, because basically you just reassure people when they're getting irate and agitated. You just reassure them, like pat them on the head and say, no, don't worry, it's all okay. And then you distract them with like a parent would distract a toddler with a toy. It's grotesque. But anyway, so what happened was the murder happened and it got out, and immediately various organizations, Pegida, which you never hear about nowadays, but was quite big back then. This is August 2018. Pegida and the Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD, and I think other organizations as well, organized protests around the city. And these protests attracted large numbers of people. The largest one was estimated at 6,000 people. And Antifa whirred into action, and there was violence. I dare say on both sides there was violence. People were angry. I'm not going to dispute whatever. But in any case, the situation was intolerable. I mean, the situation was outrageous. So you can understand people being angry. And Antifa, of course, are always violent. They know they can get away with it. So what happened then was politicians condemned the protesters. Angela Merkel condemned them, and the mayor of Chemnitz condemned them. And there was one, and this isn't in the essay, but it's very interesting. My friend Martin Lichtmetz told me about this because he wrote an essay at the time. There was one politician, a guy, who said that these protesters are, hold on a minute, I'll get this exactly right. It's a very interesting quotation. He said that the protests were an attack on our truth systems.
That is a very interesting way of putting it.
Isn't it?
Huh. Again, it just seems like a foreshadowing of things to come.
Yeah, it does. Because there's definitely an authoritarian illusion there, that there's an authority that has truth systems, and these protests are an attack on those truth systems. Very interesting.
If it had occurred now, I can imagine that they would have said these protesters are spreading misinformation about the killing, or
exactly
the worst word, the word that I hate because it's not a word, disinformation. I hate that word. The prefix dis cannot go with information. Anyway, I won't get into that. But you can't disinform someone. You can only misinform. You can't disinform. What is that? Dis means the negative. You can't remove information from someone's head. What is that?
Yeah. there is a distinction that it has been described, but I've forgotten it
They've
now.
invented a distinction for it because too many
Yeah,
illiterates were using the word disinformation. So now, as is often the case in English, once a word reaches a certain critical mass of usage, it just becomes the norm now. But no, disinformation is an illiterate word. It's just not. If
okay.
it's as a verb to disinform, that would be to lie. To tell somebody factually incorrect things
Well,
is
I
a
think
lie.
that is what they're using it to mean.
And then misinform is to tell someone something that you mistakenly, right? Mis is the prefix for things that are done in error, mistake, misunderstand, mishear. So misinform is you shared some information that you thought was correct, but it turns out to be false.
So
Okay,
I would disinform you, and then you would misinform someone else with that.
you would lie to me. We
Okay.
don't need this word.
Okay.
But
So
anyway, yeah, but that's what they would do is like they would say, oh, these protesters are challenging. In 2018, they said challenging our truth systems. But now we could imagine them saying that they're spreading disinformation or misinformation.
yeah. And there
Huh.
were some rumors, I can't remember what they were, but they were disproven that at the time that it was about a woman, that the white guys were protecting a woman from sexual advances by the asylum seekers. Apparently that was not true. But again, this was after Cologne, and it was after all the migrant rapes of German women. So who knows? But the thing is, it needn't be the case anyway, because there are 1,000 reasons to fall out with people. You just don't expect to get stabbed to death for it. So so the politicians condemned it, but still the numbers were big at these protests. As I say, 6,000. And that was outnumbering the Antifa protests. I think the biggest one there was 1,500. So the establishment, the regime, decided that it needed to do something because the normies might take the side of the protesters. The normies might develop in-group preference. It's like Skynet developing, self-awareness. It might happen, and it could be an utter disaster, catastrophe if that happened. So what the regime did was it put on a rock concert for the masses, for the general public. And this is what I mean about offering a toy to a toddler to mollify it. These are grown adults. And it's shocking that the government had so much contempt that it would do this, but it's shocking that it would work, that the masses would lap it up. And they did. Estimates of how many people attended ranged from 50,000 to 65,000. So that easily dwarfs the protesters. It's like a factor of 10. And of course, the protesters were being called racists and fascists and neo-Nazis, etc. Now, the concert was huge. I mean, as an undertaking, it must have been arranged in about a week or less. I'm not sure. And there was a custom-built stage. There were several crowd towers. There was 11 different radio stations broadcasted the event. A TV station was there filming it and broadcasting it. I think eight different bands. And it was sponsored by Coca-Cola Company, Hershey Group, something called TLGG, Lemonade, and Fritz Cola. Pro-migrant NGOs as well, two of them. And as for the bands who played, it was apparently all far-left bands, which is interesting.
Yeah, it just assembled like in an instant, just all of it. I think this was why it was such a brilliant piece, and I'm looking forward to more people reading it soon, because this is one of the things that I had forgotten. I'd forgotten about Chemnitz and the impromptu distraction, coddling of the people with the rock concert in the aftermath. And then
but also
when
the ability to do it.
Exactly.
The logistics involved. Yeah, how the hell do you organize something like that in a week?
Exactly. Here's a comment here by Tricky Woo, brought to you by Pfizer. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. It's like a brilliant foreshadowing of what was to come, is that we didn't see it, but they have this connectivity. They're all in the word now that we've become very familiar with, lockstep. They're all in
Yes.
lockstep, and they can coordinate and do these things so quickly. It's incredible. It really is
So
incredible.
quickly, so quickly and successfully. You know,
Mhm.
every train that was organized for the migrants in 2015 got to its destination. You know, there was an NGO waiting for them at their destination. There was a hotel waiting for them at their destination. There were clothes and Wi-Fi and God knows food waiting for them in the hotels. You know, all of this must have been a logistical nightmare to organize, and yet it was done. And I think that I've said this before, I think the migrant crisis should have taught us more than it did. And I
Yeah.
didn't actually make this point in the essay, but I've made it elsewhere, that I think we should have realized then that the level of connectedness is quite staggering between all these different parts of society.
Towards the height of the quote unquote migrant crisis, which again, as you said, was not a crisis, and they weren't migrants, or the so-called refugee crisis. They weren't refugees. That's another thing too that's interesting, is that how often the terminology changes from migrant to refugee to asylum seeker. The language is very interesting, but eventually people were putting together some pieces and they were investigating, and it was revealed that uh, there's a lot of these NGOs that are, in fact, human traffickers. Um, they are not, in fact, NGOs. They are indeed working with the government. I think what kind of revealed itself to us as this new enemy is the corporate backing behind all of this. Like, we all know that, yeah, every gay Pride Month, all of the massive multinational corporations will put the rainbow on their profile picture. But the fact that, you could have Coca-Cola Corporation jumping into gear to sponsor a concert in the wake of a murder in a German city to distract the population from being upset about it, I like
Well, and
that's
to demonize those who were upset about it.
yes, yes. And then now we've seen that. We've seen more and more of this, and now it's gone to the point now where we've got the ESG, right? And we are now seeing more of this corporate connectivity. And we've seen it with Serco in Britain, the hotel industry in Ireland as well. How they are all working to house these invaders. How they're working to evict native peoples from their abodes in order to house more of these new arrivals. Um, and then with this advent of the rainbow regime, all of these corporations becoming completely just gay. It was just recently that Budweiser has now made one of the most detestable people in America the face of their beverage, Bud Light. Um, but I think it's interesting to see how, as you allude to in your essay, there was already the first steps of this taking place. We didn't see it.
Well, and as I say, I think the reason that we didn't see it in 2015 was that there wasn't a unifying symbol. So you could easily believe, well, this is just different, separate, discrete organizations collaborating in an emergency. Like you hear about it in World War II, that they would just liaise with each other, and they'd sort a problem out, that kind of thing. And an emergency situation, so people just cut corners and get the thing done. That was, I think, how we perceived the migrant crisis in 2015. If they'd all been emblazoned with the rainbow symbol as a dead giveaway, I think we would have understood, well, actually, this is all one regime. And the thing is, in 2020 with COVID, they were all emblazoned with the rainbow symbol as a dead giveaway. It's like they wanted you to realize, I think they did. I think they wanted everyone to realize this is a regime. You're fucked. Don't think about disagreeing with us. Don't think about opposing us. You can see visibly how unified we are, how interconnected we are. You don't stand a chance. And I think that's part of the, I mean, you hear about this with regimes from the past, that they want people to see their power. They want people to have this sense of being engulfed and dominated by a single thing, a singular entity. So this is why they have symbols.
Yeah. Just the other day, I saw that at the American Country Music Awards, there was some performance of transvestites, drag queens, and then at the end of their little number, the stage is lit up in rainbow colors and rainbow confetti explodes in the background. It's just become omnipresent, and it is now the symbol of the regime. And like I said, that flag is flying on NGO boats, transferring sub-Saharan Africans to Italian islands. It's just the strangest, most uncomfortable thing, but it has become the symbol of this very interconnected, and I think now I would call it a web. You know, in the past, maybe we would have used terms like a pyramid. The power structure is a pyramid. Now it seems like it's this interconnected web, and it's corporate, it's academic, it's media. And what is their unifying symbol is the rainbow flag.
Yeah, which is a very strange thing because it violates so much. I mean, men tend to take masculinity very seriously, or at least they did. While I was growing up, it was still then a thing, and women, you know, the opposite, and sexuality too. You know, but I guess that always has been heading in this direction of merging together and doing away with discrete spaces.
But it's become so fundamental. The other day I saw another. I think he's some figurehead in the United States in the Joe Biden administration. He might be a defense secretary even, because he was speaking about United States foreign policy, and he just flat out says it, that standing up for LGBT rights is a fundamental part of our foreign policy. Like, they're literally bombing the world to it's like the meme, until I run out of ammo or until I run out of blood, I will fight for butt sex in Botswana.
Well, this was the thing with Afghanistan. That the sort of joke there was that they were teaching, you know, 53 genders and whatever. And actually, the Taliban actually said this in a tweet to Hillary Clinton the other day, that you spent billions trying to teach our young that there are 50 genders. And I think that there was even a BLM, because again, you've got to bring in the BLM stuff as well. George Floyd, you know, that because that's a huge part of this as well. They were teaching them BLM in Afghanistan. I mean, a George Floyd mural in Afghanistan. What the fuck? It's just unbelievable. It's like the cliche of the sort of middle class, upper middle class, who has no idea that, okay, you're now in a working class area. Don't mention your pony. Don't mention that your daddy's bought you this. It's not appropriate in this milieu.
Don't mention the guest house or the yacht.
Yeah, exactly. When you're in Afghanistan, just your society's problems that you're obsessed with and just love attaching yourself to, like BLM, are completely irrelevant in Afghanistan. It has no purchase whatsoever. It has no relevance to people's lives. It doesn't fit into their culture. It's incongruent with their history.
And
And yet
remember when
these
back in the Bush
people see that.
days, in the
Sorry,
Bush
go on.
era, was it Rumsfeld who said that we need to win their hearts and minds? It seems like there has been a shift in strategy, in ideals, in objectives. Because well, now instead of well, let's win their hearts and minds, it's no, let's just impose the rainbow on them. And I'll ask you this, but I'll say first what I think, because you know our thing is a diagnostic sort of thing. That's what we tend to do. Um, we often we are building inspectors, as Devin Stack put it, not so much architects. And so we try to suss out the what and the why of everything that's going on. And I suspect that the reason why the gay, the T of the LGBT now is being so relentlessly pushed is because this is perma revolution. The left needs constant cultural revolution. The left needs something. The left needs envelopes to push, and it's not enough to just be gay anymore. And it's not enough to say refugees welcome. There needs to be something else, something new. The revolution cannot stop. And when it comes to the T, I think that there is an idea of just completely deconstructing. They've already deconstructed nations, they've deconstructed race, they've deconstructed family. Now they want to deconstruct even who you are as a person, until the ultimate objective of just complete atomization of society, of everyone into just these, familyless, identityless, rootless individuals who are off their heads on, SSRIs, and then they can just be easily, manipulated and groomed, if you want to use that word. And here's, as Woodlander says, he's joined the YouTube chat. He was over on Odyssey. It's being a forerunner for transhumanism. That's where I was going with this as well. I think that there's something to that. But Woes, what do you think what is the why behind this relentless rainbow regime?
Well, it might be that it enables permanent revolution, as you said, because if you if you commit yourself to negating male and female, then you're committing yourself to a permanent war with human nature. Every new child that is born will be aware of male and female very quickly. I mean, it's just such an obvious thing. A 2-year-old is aware that there are boys and there are girls and that they're different. So you're committing yourself to having to constantly reprogram and brainwash the population. And that, of course, that's an excuse for authoritarian measures then, which is an excuse for authoritarianism in general, because that's necessary in order to prevent boys from thinking they're going to become men, and girls from thinking they're going to become women, etc. So that might be part of it, that it enables a permanent war against human nature. Another possibility here is that they're making a huge mistake, and it's simply not going to work because so many people are inherently opposed to it. But another sort of in between
Well, that's what's so
interpretation.
funny about that's what's so funny, curious, strange about them trying to do it in Afghanistan. From let's win over their hearts and minds. They hate us for our freedoms. To 20 years later, I know it was a meme, it was a mocked up image, but basically, yeah, painting the pastel tranny colors on a bomb, painting the rainbow flag on a bomb, and but it's a meme. But then again, like I said, someone, I didn't, research who exactly he was, but he might be the defense secretary said, yeah, gay rights issues, LGBT issues are a fundamental part of our foreign policy. That is a very strange strategical shift. And it
Very.
is strange because most people are going to have an inherently negative reaction to this.
And interestingly, this is all really over the last 20 years. The strategy there in Afghanistan and Iraq at the beginning was basically the same as, ideologically speaking, was the same as the America in the 80s. The muscle man who's arrived to give you freedom, who's arrived to give you consumerism, who's arrived to give you personal liberty. And you can, everyone can become an American. It's the thing about the Vietnam War. I won't use the racial slur that was used at the time, but inside every Vietnamese or Viet Cong is an American waiting to get out. That kind of mentality. Now that mentality has I think remained. Because I think that the feminist moron in Afghanistan 2 years ago would have been saying the same thing. Inside every headscarf covered woman is a non-binary, gender fluid trans man waiting to get out, kind of fucking insane nonsense like that. But
it's just, for me, it's just so
the cultural imperialism has remained, but the ideology has changed quite radically. That
right,
it's gone from implanting
because it would have been one thing if they said underneath every hijab there's a woman who just wants to let her hair down, and don't you want to be like Julia Roberts in Mona Lisa Smile? Don't you want to be Captain Marvel, whichever one is the female superhero that was played by that really nasty woman? Don't you want to be a strong, independent woman who don't need no man, right? They seem to have just completely bypassed that and gone straight to, no, like you said, behind underneath every hijab, there's a trans man waiting to, enter an MMA ring and or whatever, beat up some female boxers or something. It's just
very strange. Very, very. It's amazing and so tone deaf. But I think they probably thought that they've got the resources so they can do this. They're America. It's the hyperpower. So we can do this. But they couldn't. Who knows why they withdrew from Afghanistan? That's a very interesting, very pertinent question, and I wish we knew the answer to it. Why was it an ideological collapse, a sort of failure of confidence, or was it expedient for them to withdraw and just leave the fucking disaster that they'd created? Who knows? But to get back to the trans issue, and in between, so there are various scenarios, but the in-between thing is that they maybe know that people are going to resist this and that it's not going to work, in which case the strategy might be, it's that thing of, you tell people that something dreadful, there's a term for this in human resources, where you tell people it's going to be really bad. We're going to have to fire half of the staff. Half of you are going to be fired. But then you actually only fire a quarter of them. Or you tell them we're going to have to halve your wages. But then you, in the event, you only reduce their wages by a quarter. Then they're relieved. Because it's not as bad as they thought it was going to be. So it might be that strategy where you tell them, hey, your son's going to get his dick cut off. But then you pull back from that and say, actually, no, he's just going to be gay. And then people will be relieved. I mean, it could be that this is the way. So they're overstating how bad it's going to be for people so that they're then relieved when it's actually not that bad. It's still dreadful, but not as bad as they were dreading. Maybe that's a strategy.
This has happened a lot over the past few years, actually, with COVID restrictions and things like that. There was a lot of, I think, fear-mongering true fear mongering. These, this hint of a very draconian COVID policy, and then we often see that this is actually how the regime gets what it wants. It's typical negotiation tactics. They say they're going to do this massive overreach. The reaction to that is very negative. People are rightfully upset, and so the regime says, "Okay, no, we'll scale it back." But they scale it back to actually exactly what they wanted in the first place.
Exactly.
So, whether it was mandatory vaccines becoming simply mandatory for such and such job, or an extension of the lockdown period, or like we've seen in Britain with the Tories, we're going to stop the small boats. Right, okay. But we know that it's big immigration. It's the immigration industry, and that there are very powerful and very moneyed interests in Britain who want it to continue ad infinitum, and so it shall. And so, yeah, okay, we're gonna stop the small boats, but actually everything is going to be the same, because people are getting upset about 1 million migrants a year. Okay, well, we'll promise you we're going to stop the small boats. Then we're going to do something about it, because you're right. Oh, that's 1 million migrants a year. That's too much. Even leftist organizations, political parties are saying that's too much. That's unsustainable. Okay, but then they just scale it back to what they wanted anyway, which
Yeah.
is just a continuous trickle. So yeah, I think that's definitely part of it.
I mean, who knows? It could be that, or it could be that they're so confident, or they're so tone deaf, as in Afghanistan, that they're just going to go the whole hog. I don't know. I mean, it depends, because that could be unrealistic of them, or it could be actually very doable for them. I mean, we all know how powerful they are, and we all know how ruthless they are. I mean, they are prepared to terrorize you if you put your head above the parapet. If you get too successful at, as I said earlier, I think I'm safe because I'm not on the mainstream platforms, but I am on Twitter, so who knows what. But anyway, if you get too good at it, if you become possibly an annoyance for them, then they are prepared to really fuck you up, in multiple different ways. It's your personal life, your financial affairs, your ability to make a living, or just demonizing you in the media, hints and allegations, God knows what. I mean, you've seen what Tommy Robinson's been put. It's just endless stuff, and he's a shill. I mean, he's not even that much of a regime enemy. But clearly, they, at least some parts of the regime, are perturbed enough by him to do this stuff to him. Or else it's all just part of the what's the term, the dog and pony show, and then and he's in on it. I don't know, but I doubt it, to be honest.
Right. So then, as we get out of the year 2018, we see all of the carnage and the consequences of the so-called migrant crisis. Almost immediately, we get incidences of terrorist attacks, mass rape events. Again, say what you will of Douglas Murray. My opinion of him has gone down very low since the years that we're talking about. Since he wrote *The Strange Death of Europe*, which I thought was a fantastic book, and all that. My opinion of him has gone down. But be that as it may, if you remember, I don't know if you read *Strange Death of Europe*, but there are
the title put me off.
Well, you were wise to see through the veneer then of that title, because that is ultimately what the book does. Is that, and that's what I was going to say. There's chapters in that book that are just basically horrifying to read, because he recounts just rape after rape, murder after murder, terrorist attack, knifing, stabbing, axe attack, acid attacks, the huge cost of this. It's the way that it's repressing wages, causing housing crises, etc., etc. And when you finish one chapter in particular where he goes through all of these disastrous consequences, you feel awful. There's just so much suffering, and it's even worse when the woman who's raped lies and says that it was a native German who raped her when in fact it was a Somalian, but she didn't want to endanger the Somalian by causing racism against him or something. Many cases of this.
Yeah, I know about one case like that, which is fascinating because it turned out that the woman herself was Kurdish, and that's why she lied that it was German men, because she didn't want to endanger not foreigners, but her own ethnic group. It's fascinating. I think her name was Selin Gorin, something like that.
That sounds familiar. There's another case of a man, an activist, a male activist, who was raped, and he refused to, at the early stages, to properly identify his attackers. And then he might even be the very same, who wrote like a public letter published in I think in this case it was Scandinavia, it might have been Germany as well, but like a public letter, saying addressing his attacker, his rapists, saying, dear rapist, it's not your fault. I know that what you did was a result of the systemic racism that you have to live through every day. Just that sort of thing.
I mean, this is just diabolical.
Yeah, it's
what can you say about this? It's just appalling. The demoralization of a population so that they'll even make excuses for their own rapists.
Exactly.
It's beyond belief.
The gaslighting, the propaganda, it's been very constant and very sophisticated. It's why, as frustrated and angry as I can get at the general population, a part of me will always be sympathetic, because this literal brainwashing is relentless, and it is very sophisticated. It is very sophisticated. You have to be really switched on to see it and then be resilient against it.
I mean, what's so amazing, and you're
hold on,
I
just
agree
one
with
second. Sorry, Sieg Fisling, Witchfinder Nielsen, please stop with those kinds of comments, or I'm going to have to remove you. Be clever, be wiser, please. Right. Okay, sorry. Continue.
Yeah, I know what it's like. Sorry. Yeah, what's amazing is how good they are at this, at messaging and at reframing things. I mean, and I think this is part of just having so much power that you can set the narrative. So this thing, the most obvious example is what's happened last week. The transgender girl shot up a school, and then you've got Madonna saying she's going to do a concert to show support for trans.
Yep.
I mean, it's astounding. And I made
you
the
have
point.
The fuzzy-haired black woman who's like, what is she, the spokesperson for the White House, saying, our heart goes out to the trans community, which is under attack right now, days after three Christian toddlers were the ones murdered.
Yeah. I mean, I remember with the Islamic stuff 5-6 years ago, it was always that, well, we've got to be careful about the anti-Muslim backlash that could come from this. The real danger is the white racists.
Yeah.
It's the white Islamophobes. Oh God, it's just infuriating. It's enraging, really.
Do you think more people are starting to see this? I saw earlier in a comment that someone said over on Odyssey that he was shocked that he will talk with normies, and how many of them will have no idea that these rapes are happening, that these attacks are happening, that these murders and stabbings, etc., are happening. They just have no idea. Do you think that part of this overreach now with the whole LGBT thing, do you think that more normies will at least be aware of these
Well,
things?
it's certainly true that they are. There are people who would never have, watched my channel or agreed with our stuff about mass immigration, who are now like feminists, basically. Third, not even second wave, even third wave feminists, people who were with it in the 2000s and the first half of the 2010s, are now antiques. They're now fossils because they've been completely supplanted by fourth wave feminists, which is the tranny stuff. So they are outraged that about men being in female spaces, that kind of thing. And of course, drag queen story hour, which to me is just the epitome of the devilishness of our age. I can't really think of anything worse than that. And the photos and footage that you see from it are often appalling, just absolutely beyond belief. These imbecile middle class mothers taking their toddlers to see a man in women's clothes dancing in a sexual, obviously sexual manner. I cannot.
It doesn't make sense to me. I do not understand the parents who bring their children to these events. I don't understand the parents.
I'm telling you, the problem is the men, the husbands of these middle class women should be saying, "Are you fucking joking? You think you're going to take our kids to that?
I always suppose that many of them are single mothers. When I see the picture of like all of these mothers sat with their toddlers in a library, and there's a transvestite, dressed up like some sort of demonic Warhammer beast, but like reading to these children, and I see all these grinning women in the audience.
I think women will do anything to be fashionable, and especially middle class. It's astonishing because when we were kids, in the 80s, to a slight extent still in the 90s, it was the middle class who upheld standards, and it always has been them because they're fussy and they're pernickety, and they enjoy looking down on people and so on. Mm-hmm. So it was them who would know about good manners and that kind of thing, things that actually are important. Mm-hmm. At least if you want a veneer of civilization, these things are important. So it's the middle class who maintained that kind of thing back then, and it's now the middle class who maintain the insanity of the rainbow regime. The correct attitude to have about Islam, the correct attitude to have about black people, and the correct attitude to have about demonic drag queens. And so this is why I think middle class mothers, and let's not be too unfair. It's not all of them. It will only be a fraction of them. But this is how they get inveigled into this, basically because they're told not only that this is fashionable, but that this is right, and it's your duty, because the chavs won't get it. You know that they'll object to it. You know that they'll vilify these poor drag queens. So it's your duty as an educated person to stand up for these people, to be their advocate, and to take your toddler to the demon drag queen. It's just so sick. It's so perverse.
What's interesting is that, so I live in a small, dusty town in the middle of nowhere, Spain. And yet, I can see how this happens. And it's interesting because I wonder too, like as we were saying, how much of this is overreach? How much of this is mistake, error on their part? How much of it is hubris? And I wonder sometimes how much of it is intentionally designed to demoralize the population, with that fuzzy-haired black speaker of the house or voice, whatever you call it, saying, it's the trannies who are under attack 3 days after Christian toddlers were the ones murdered. Is that a deliberate demoralization attempt? When you see grinning mothers with their toddlers, and fathers are there as well in some cases, watching a horrifically, for any, not even a prude, any normal person would say this is way too sexual for children to be seeing, or why it's far too sexual for children to be participating in it as the dancers on stage. When you see things like that, is it a sliver of society? And we're seeing these images, and it's a demoralization attempt, and it does not reflect the vast majority of people. And it's, I would say, in my experience in a small town, my girlfriend, for example, who has become quite red-pilled because of the years that she's been with me, one of the easiest things to get her on side was this, reduction of woman to just a thing that you can pretend to be if you put on girls' clothes and identify as one. And this sort of, creeping insidious attack on children and sexualization of children and confusing children about what is their sexual identity and things like that. She really can't stand it. So I imagine that there are many, many more women like her who see this and think, when they are exposed to this, they think this is not right. But I can see how the other side, these grinning parents, I can see how that comes about as well, because in this little town, there is a theater that has put on a transvestite performance, a show with drag queens a few months ago. And during like the summer, there is a transvestite here who dresses up like a girl and gives performs during the summer, concert type seasons, a little concert, there's a wine festival or something, and there's some live music. And so let's invite the local transvestite. He's like a local celebrity. It's kind of, it's almost innocent in comparison, I suppose, to what we've seen. He's just he's a gay guy who dresses up as a woman. And so he likes to sing dressed up as a woman. Okay, let him do his thing. But then something happened during as this town came out of COVID. The local, town council undertook this sort of ad campaign where they took photos of local, business people, local figures of the community, and put them up on posters and things like that, And the transvestite had his photo taken, dressed up in his, female clothing, in his drag queen outfit, and he had the biggest poster sort of painted on the side of a public building, and it's been up there for now like 2 years. They haven't taken it down. And I can just see in short order how they're going to now say, you know what, he should read stories to children like they do in America or in Canada or something. Oh, wouldn't it be great? And we can even invite some other ones too. Oh yes, because no one took down that poster. No one was upset about it. The rainbow flag flies from the city hall every month of Gay Pride, and then of course, like I said earlier at the beginning, Spain is quite feminist. It's quite paused, and so every International Women's Day, there's all the people put on purple and march in the streets for some reason. Even here in this small town, they participate. So I can see how this stuff happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is why how something is treated is very important, because that guy would have been a local curiosity and a sort of eccentric, and people would know him, and it'd be a laugh, it'd be funny. And there'd probably be some affection for him. The thing is, once global money gets involved, and internationally, the NGOs, the EU is looking to give grants to local towns and that kind of thing, that guy becomes that town's ticket to getting funding. So, so they're going to they're going to flag him up, so to speak, and because he's their way into getting EU funding. So then, of course, he becomes prominent, and then of course that then changes his perception of his situation. He's no longer the guy who has to behave in a certain way with a certain respect for social norms, and certainly never impose himself on children in any way. He's no longer that. He's now a highly political figure with a potentially huge backing behind him, and he can impose himself on the whole population, overcome the ones who didn't like him, who resented him, and be important. So his ego is indulged, and he has no limits anymore. And you see this with, you can spoil a child and they become quite a different creature. A child who isn't spoiled has humility and kindness, awareness of his surroundings, and so on. A child who is spoiled is a demon, with no awareness of other people, no consideration of their needs, no consideration that they don't want to hear him talking all the time, etc. And this, unfortunately, can also happen with adults. If you treat an adult differently, his behavior, his self-perception will change, and his perception of his situation will change. His perception of the possibilities will change, and he starts to think that he's more important than he is. And well, then you have this kind of disastrous situation where you've got him on the side of a building.
It's the instant normalization of it. It was the instant glorification of it. They took the people who were used in this sort of, campaign to boost morale. We're coming out of the lockdown. The economy's fucked. Okay, so let's take pictures of some pillars of the community. The local butcher, the local shopkeepers, the mayor. Okay, we take their pictures, we put them up. We've got a slogan. Okay, and then they take a picture, and the biggest one is of this sort of novelty act, this guy who dresses up as a drag queen and sings songs. But it was just this normalization of it and glorification of it that I could see how, and nobody complained, nobody said, take that down. It's been 2 years. No one's going to say a negative thing about it.
No, they can't afford to.
Yeah, right. And then I just see, again, I want to stress that this is a pretty small town. People here are mostly, they work in agriculture, pretty conservative. But even here, I've spoken when I used to teach in the school, when I used to teach English in the English school, I would talk to my adolescent students, and they would talk about how, especially in the month of March, which has got International Women's Day in it, how they would be forced to attend these feminist lectures where some bold-like feminist comes to the school to basically just tell the boys that they're evil for about an hour and a half, and it's mandatory attendance. In the back of a classroom, there's a gay pride flag hanging. I remember one time I was walking down the street, popped in a little alleyway, and 2 little kids were skipping up the street, and as they passed me, little kids, and as they passed me, I heard one say to the other, well, today, teacher said that there's really no differences between boys and girls. We're all the same. And then along they skipped out of earshot. And so even here in this small town, the seeds of this subversion are being planted. And it seems like either the parents don't know, or if they are aware, they don't really see the gravity of the situation. And
or they do, and they know that they'd be overwhelmed if they were to voice any opposition to it at all.
Yeah, that's the third possibility. Is they see it, and what can we do about it? Are we going to really take on the school system here? But what's just so funny is that it's one of the places where you'd least expect this thing to be happening. But I can see the weeds are starting to grow and to spread. So I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, it's just like, how does it get to the point where you have grinning mothers, presenting their children in front of scantily clad drag queens twerking in front of them? It's just, Oh man.
Yeah, it's very grim. And I think it's interesting that it coincided with COVID, because that seems symbolic. That because we often say that COVID changed everything, and that, can be an exaggeration. Well, not really. I don't think that is an exaggeration. I think
don't
it
think
really,
so.
yeah. It certainly did demoralize people and leave them looking for some way forward. What do we do now? What's life all about now? Because it's not what it was in 2019. Things have changed, clearly. The certainties that we had.
Well, for
The
example,
point I
again,
always,
talking about this
sorry,
town, is that everything is still closed. Like there used to be a bit of a social scene. People would go out, but so many of the local watering holes closed down. Now it's just kind of people loitering around. It's social cohesion seems to have kind of just splintered. People have definitely not returned to the way things were pre-lockdowns, pre-vaccine mandates. Friend groups splintered and did
absolutely
not reunite.
This is why it amazes me when people say that it's over and we're back to normal now. I don't feel that we're back to normal. I don't feel, I mean, you could enumerate specific ways in which we're categorically not back to 2019, but you don't even need to. Just breathe in the air. Just observe society today and listen to the sounds, listen to what people are saying, the kinds of concerns that they're now voicing. The whole tone of life has changed. Now, I dare say that if nothing further were done, life would eventually return to the way it was. But we know that the powers that be don't want that. So it's not going to, they're going to keep, climate change will almost certainly be the next thing. But also, well, actually, that's an interesting thing. I think climate change is supposed to be the next thing. That was what was planned. But I think that the Ukraine war has changed all of that. And I don't know. You never know what is planned and what is not. It's very difficult to discern. But yeah, the point is that things haven't returned to normal at all. Definitely not.
Yeah. So all these things were happening. We come up then through the years of 2017, 2018, all of this stuff was going on. Like I mentioned, some of it is recorded in Douglas Murray's book, all this carnage. We get to COVID. We see, I sort of, as we were talking before we went live, I said it was almost like, the past few years have been a sort of, typical hero's journey tale, where we start off in the quaint small town. The hero is reluctantly roped into this adventure or this quest, this challenge. And at the start, the dangers are more or less manageable. Maybe a bit of a jump scare, but nothing too serious. Nothing that he can't handle, nothing that the reader or the audience can't handle, but just enough to, let you know, okay, yeah, this isn't going to be a tea party. And then as the story progresses, think about like the Lord of the Rings. Think about how the stakes get bigger, the scale gets bigger, it gets darker as you go from the Fellowship to the Two Towers until eventually you're in the fires of Mount Doom, and these poor little hobbits are on their last legs, and they're just willing, they're ready now and willing to die. They want it to all be over, and they're just relieved actually that at least we can die now. This has been so exhausting and trialsome and terrible. And I feel like that's kind of what it's been like for the past few years. Like we started off with this quest to, okay, let's just talk about the ills of society, try and look for some solutions. We really don't like this constant immigration thing that's going on. Okay, let's defend our nations. Let's defend our national identity. Let's take on the deconstructionists. And now we get to 2023, and it's like I said, it's like we are at Mount Doom now, and we're taking on these increasingly bigger and more dangerous villains. So we've got to the current thing. What else caught your attention as over the years? You mentioned in your essay too the censorship, especially in the UK, has really again, that's something that we saw. We saw this coming. I think you were banned from YouTube and Twitter. We had lots of censorship. Many channels were shut down. Many people lost their livelihoods. We saw many people almost become unpersoned. So now we get to 2023. What's the censorship situation like?
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, but it's an interesting question because I think YouTube seems to have cooled down with the censorship in the sense that I haven't heard of any big channels, of our guys being shut down since 2021. I think it was me in Way of the World and then Mark Collett, and I think that's it. I can't think of anyone that's been banned since then. So, I guess it switched to COVID censorship after that. But they can do both at once. It's not like it's not like their resources are stretched. So I think that the fact they haven't banned any more nationalist channels is an indication that they're happy with the situation as it is. Now, if one of I'm not going to name names, but if one of the channels that remained were to start posting really hardcore stuff tomorrow, I guess he would get banned. But none of us were ever doing that, back in the day. Yeah. So, and yet we still got banned. So I think that YouTube have cooled down to some extent. The caveat there would be that it's now got a new CEO. Susan Wojcicki has left, and I think it's an Indian guy.
What a surprise!
Yeah, exactly. Who has replaced? I'm not sure, but I can't remember who's replaced her. But so YouTube is. I think that the trouble with YouTube is that even if you did, the atmosphere there's been a huge chilling effect there, and people no longer feel, even if the censorship has relaxed, people no longer feel able to speak openly on YouTube. And as a result, the atmosphere, the sort of convivial, it was like a hive of activity, and it's easy to forget what it was like. As I say, it's always easy to forget quite what things were like before a change. And it's easy to forget that, in 2015, 16, it was constant stuff going on YouTube. It really was a hive of activity, and that's gone. It just isn't like that now. There is stuff within a certain ideological sphere. There's a lot of activity, but there's no cross-pollination with other spheres. Destiny, for example, is never going to debate one of us. It's just not going to happen. He's got nothing to gain from that. So that sort of thing, and others that I won't name, are clearly keeping their distance. So that age of YouTube being a place where interesting debates happen and interesting conversations happen, I think is really over. Which is a damn shame. We just don't have, and Odyssey is not going to do that. It's not going to become that because there just aren't enough people there. Obviously, BitChute
and
as well.
The leftists aren't going to need to go onto Odyssey, no, really.
Absolutely not. Exactly. Now then you've got Twitter. That's or is there anything you'd want to say about YouTube?
No, I think that was. I think the censorship that did seem to reach this peak. It did, but it was quite severe. Again, like I said, there were some doctors and virologists that had their Twitter accounts suspended. So I suppose that Twitter would be the correct thing to speak of now, because you mentioned Mark Collett and Patriotic Alternative. They were reinstated on Twitter, but it did not last very long until they were banned again. So what's your Woes, would you like to talk about Twitter?
Only briefly. I mean,
Let's talk about Twitter. No, come on. Let's talk about Twitter.
I've got this reputation for talking about Twitter a lot because when I was originally banned on my real account in 2018, it hit me very hard. And that relates to what we were saying at the start. You know, I was in a very bad way in 2018 and 19, partly because, well, the alt-right was falling apart, but also because the world was bizarrely changing and I couldn't really work out what was going on and what was it. And I said this in the Rainbow essay, that I think it felt at that time that we were between two eras. The 2017 stuff, the 2010 to 2017, that had sort of run its course, and the alt-right had run its course as a reaction to that. And now there was just a sort of silence, like the quiet, the calm before the storm sort of thing. And it did feel very much that something was on the way. And but I didn't know what it was. So I was very, and you know, what turned out to be on the way was COVID and technocratic authoritarianism. But I didn't know that. And so for that, and as I say, these other more personal reasons, I was in a terrible condition in that time, from about a third of the way through, well, yeah, from the start of 2018 through to towards the end of 2019. And also I knew that I was going to lose my YouTube channel. It just was inevitable. It was obviously on the way. And eventually I sort of burnt out and I just stopped caring. I just accepted it's going to happen and there's just no point worrying. But the lesson that made me do that was losing Twitter first, which happened in September 2018. And as I say, that's why it hit me so hard, because I was very attached to my social media accounts. I thought of them as extensions of myself, which of course is an irrational and ridiculous way to look at it, especially now. I mean, we can say that now, but at the time it was a natural way to look at them. And you were encouraged to think of them that way.
If I may jump in and sympathize with you. So after I appeared for the first time on Millennial in 2018, shortly after that, my personal life also took some serious blows. And I was not in the position, literally, to make any content because I was having to reshuffle my life completely. And for quite some time, I didn't even have an internet connection. And then while I was in this period of getting my life back on track, I was kind of stranded in a city that I didn't know anyone. It had never been my intention to live in this city. I did not really plan on staying in that city for much longer. It wasn't my idea to move there in the first place. So I had to see out a job contract, stay in the city, look for a place to live, but I didn't like living there, and didn't even have an internet connection. And so then I was also just looking at the state of my life and thinking, well, it makes no sense. I'm the last person who should be opining about anything. My life is a mess. I'm just going to keep stum, even if I could, make content, even if I had internet connection. What in God's name could I say?
I'm sorry to interrupt because I know that this is personal, but I think that was a very sensible thing to do. I think a big mistake that a lot of people make is they try to escape the problems in their own lives by talking about society and by helping other people with their problems. When
every psychologist is actually insane, right?
Exactly, and it goes for YouTubers who talk about decline and depressing topics.
Well, I've said
their lives are disastrous.
Yeah, and I've said openly many times, like, I'm doing more streams nowadays, and I think it's just interesting going back to what you're talking about being on Substack and other platforms, and the ghetto and everything like that. I kind of had a rebirth, a sort of phoenix rising thanks to Telegram, which I was reluctant to join because I didn't want to be on an echo chamber ghettoized platform. But I reluctantly, went on to Telegram, and I've really enjoyed it, and I've kind of flourished there compared to what was going on before. But I've always said that, these months where I would not make any videos is because I don't have anything to say, and I certainly don't have anything nice to say because everything's that's going on is really grim. And if you don't have anything nice to say, well, then don't say anything at all. And I'm in no position to like give life advice to you people. Figure it out yourselves. You're probably doing better than I am anyway. But what I want to say was that in that period, before my Twitter account got banned, I was, just sort of lurking on these platforms. I wasn't making any YouTube stuff. My YouTube channel was completely inactive. I was not going to touch the YouTube channel. And I was only using Twitter to just, check in, see what's going on. I wasn't tweeting anything. And I just remember watching account after account, person after person that I followed, that I enjoyed, getting banned, getting erased, getting unpersoned, to the point where another reason why I left it so long before I actually made a reappearance, well, the other reason was I was just thinking, what's the point? They're culling us all.
Yes.
It was relentless. So you were going through that as well. Your ban came a little bit before that, your Twitter ban. But that same period, I think, was that you and I were both going through this sort of despondency and also a feeling of impotence. Like, what can we even do? They're just picking us off one by one. What's the point?
Yeah, and for them, it's nothing more than pushing a button. It's nothing more than clicking a button on a screen to destroy what you've built up over years. So they can do it very easily. It's nothing to them. And then, of course, trying to get them to reverse that decision is a mountainous task that then you realize is impossible. It's not just mountainous, it's impossible. Now, my ban came quite fairly early. It was early enough that I thought there was a chance of getting reinstated, because not at that point, not enough people had. It wasn't really established yet that when you get banned from Twitter, that's it. But and so that was why that there was a campaign, which is quaint really to think of it now, but there was a campaign to get me reinstated on there. And I did say at the time, look, if we don't fight back, then they're just going to do this to one of us after another, which is exactly what did happen. But the thing is that they were going to do that anyway. We couldn't fight back. There was nothing that we could do because we didn't have the legal financial resources to mount a defense and to take them to court. And what you would have needed to do is you'd needed billionaire funding to launch a class action lawsuit against Twitter for violating people's freedom of speech. But you'd also have needed a law in place to establish that they were violating people's freedom of speech, because the law as it was allowed them to act as to do this. So you would need first to change the law. And this, I mean, that's billions to do something like that. So it's not surprising that we really were fucked. And, unless the law is on your side, unless there's some way that you can get them, then they're free. They're free to do whatever they like to you. And that's why Elon Musk taking over Twitter was such a significant thing. It's interesting because I think that Twitter was the only one of the mainstream platforms that this could possibly have happened to, being bought up by an independent person. YouTube is owned by Google. Facebook and Instagram are owned by the Facebook Corporation, now called Meta. So no one is ever going to buy those up. It's never going to happen. Twitter was somehow left vulnerable to this, and then it happened. And and Twitter was probably the one that they should have protected the most, because it is the place where much more than, I mean, Facebook is irrelevant in terms of politics, really, and Instagram is just full of thoughts. It's nothing. But I did enjoy it. I had an Instagram after I lost Twitter. I did Instagram. I took photos of my everyday life, and it was fun. But it's ultimately completely trivial. But anyway, so Twitter was the one that they really should have protected, because that's where debates happen, discourse, conflict, disagreement, and crucially, anyone can interact with anyone. So you can reply to a politician, you can reply to a BBC journalist, you can reply to a high-profile author, you can reply to some fucking academic, etc. And you can retweet them and show them up, make them look stupid. So it really, I know people will say that none of that really matters. It's all pointless anyway, so don't get excited about that. But I think it probably does matter to some extent.
If it didn't matter, they wouldn't ban us from it.
Well, exactly.
So it has to matter to some degree. It has to matter, because otherwise they wouldn't ban us.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, whenever people say, "Oh, social media isn't real life. You need to interact with real people on the street," I always say, well, then why do our enemies desperately not want us to have this? If your enemy desperately wants something, i.e. you banned, that's a signal that you should want that you should want the opposite. Fucking common sense, you'd think. But a lot of people don't see this.
Listen, I am not the biggest tech person. I really am quite awkward with technology. I didn't get a smartphone until 2016, I think. And that was just because all my friends were saying, we can't get through to you on WhatsApp. You don't have WhatsApp. You're hard to reach. You need to be on WhatsApp. So even after I got the smartphone, I wasn't on any social media stuff. I didn't really want it. And yet, I do think that we have to be realistic. And a lot of life is on social media. A lot of influence can be taken from social media. A lot of influence can be gained from being on social media. So it's an arrow in the quiver.
I think so. I think that until Musk bought Twitter up, there was a limit to how much influence you could possibly gain on social media. What you're saying was limited, because they could always just ban you. They could always just deboost you. They could always shadow ban you, whatever. But that's changed with Musk being there now, because I think that to a degree, only to a degree, not completely, but it's clearly a different era. I mean, so what happened with me after I got banned? I had a few sock accounts, and they never garnered anything like what the real account had garnered in terms of following. But it was quite fun, and I was still, addicted to the platform, so I kept doing it. But eventually, in the middle of COVID, in the middle of 2020, I think the fourth or fifth sock account got banned, and I just thought, I cannot be bothered with this. It's boring. It's a graveyard. No one can speak their mind. So I didn't create a new one. And I would just say that being back on it now, it feels like a very different platform from the middle of 2020. It doesn't feel like a graveyard. Now, the left go on and on about how Musk has destroyed the platform. He's driving it into the ground, etc. But I think that's just hot air, because they're still there.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to get into evaluating Elon Musk. I spoke on the writer's block with Next GLV about this. I'm not a big fan of Musk. I have severe misgivings about him, but I don't want to get into rabbit holes and conspiracy theories and things like that.
Yeah.
But let's talk about being back on Twitter. I got my account reinstated. I was banned for 2 years. I I had the same thing. I tried to make some other accounts, got banned again. For really, the two, I think I got banned for two things. The two that I remember distinctly were I got banned for calling Dinesh D'Souza retarded. And the other time I got banned was because I sent an oven GIF to Chosenite, and he complained about it. So apparently, you were banned then for since 2018. Then,
yeah, for different things. I mean, the first one, it was for saying something about black men and crime rates, violent crime rates.
To what's her name? Yeah, I believe you tweeted that at Diane Abbott, right?
No. I've never interacted
Who
with
was
Diane
that?
Abbott. It was just
Someone
some
got their
white. It was some white woman who was, I think she'd married a black guy or something, and she kept replying to me, so I kept replying to her, and I think that enabled her to report me for harassment. And all I was doing was replying to her because she was replying to me. But anyway, whatever.
So, but anyway, so you were banned then for about from 2018 to so you got your account reinstated in 2022, the end of 2022, or beginning of 2023?
23. So it's 4.5 years.
Okay. So I want to ask you then, and you were just alluding to this earlier. What is it like to be back on Twitter? What's your impression being back on this platform?
It's good. It's fun, and I'm trying to be careful not to get addicted to it. I'm trying to not spend too much time on it. So each day, what I tend to do is most of my time is spent writing Substack essays and working on redrafting them and all that. And about once an hour, I'll go over to Twitter and see what's going on, and maybe reply to something, maybe tweet something, and then I'll be right back to Substack. So it's a way of disciplining myself so that I don't, because I have done it where I'm just there. Like recently, I've done it where I'm just there for like an hour, endlessly refreshing, because you can endlessly. There's always new stuff. There's and I'd forgotten this. I'd forgotten the sheer quantity of stuff that's on Twitter. Like Telegram is comparatively calm, because it's as I was following quite a few channels, but you'd in the morning I'd wake up, go over to the computer, and look at the 30 Telegram notifications that I would have, 30 or 40 it usually was, and half of them would be channels, half of them would be people messaging me, and that would be it. And then after an hour there'd be some more stuff, but that was the pace. That's the pace on Telegram. On Twitter, it's endless, it's non-stop, and so this is how people get addicted, because it just never ends, it never rests, and there's always new stuff. So I think you've got to be very careful, and I'm trying to, because I know I've learned various lessons from getting banned and all of this. Don't become too dependent on this thing. Don't enjoy it too much. Don't rely on it. This is one thing: is always be in contact with people on Telegram. Don't rely on Twitter to be in contact with that person, because if you get banned or they get banned, then you've lost touch. So these various things.
It's one of the strangest feelings, one of the strangest, most melancholic feelings, when this happens on Telegram as well. Someone will, maybe delete their account on Telegram, or for whatever reason, they disappear from Telegram. And the same thing can happen on Twitter, but then what also can happen on Twitter is that they simply get their account banned. And then you're left in this sort of, it's a bit sad. It's like, oh, I've lost a friend, but not really, because it's of course not a real person. But that person that you were interacting with, chatting with, and now they're just gone. And there's no goodbye or anything like that. So you never get that sort of farewell moment. It's just this person has been erased. It's a very strange, melancholic situation. What's funny is that for me, being back on Twitter, I was telling you this before we went live, and I also mentioned this in a Telegram stream that I did a few weeks ago. Like, 2 years is not a long time, during those 2 years, I didn't really check in on Twitter. Like when your account is suspended, it's suspended. It's literally like, in suspension. You can access your account. You can see what's going on. You can scroll through your feed, but you can't interact. You can't like anything. You can't comment. You can't.
For me, there was no feed because.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I mean, maybe they changed it, but when my account was suspended.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I would get mine said to the same thing. Tweets are not loading at this moment. What I could do is I could follow links to tweets.
Oh
but
yes,
I couldn't like
you
them or interact with them.
Exactly. You can look at someone's profile and you can see all of their tweets, and you can get a direct link to a tweet and see it, but you're no longer following them, so there is no feed. There is no stuff. And also DMs are inaccessible. I think I had one when it got restored. I had a DM from the before time that had been perpetually unread for 4.5 years. Very, very strange. So all of that just goes, it's frozen. It's weird.
So I couldn't really like see anything. I wasn't like you. I wasn't very interested. And now I'm back on it. And the main thing that has struck me is how little has changed. I go onto Twitter and I'm still mogging shitlibs who come out with the typical, what does it even mean to be English? What does it even mean to be Irish?
And Cheddar Man. Yeah.
Exactly. Just relentless Cheddar Man. It's just...
I mean, you can see how much of a gift Cheddar Man was to them. It's just endless.
But what's so striking to me is that as we've been, talking about for now 2.5 hours, of all these things that we've lived through and we've had to adapt to, and we've evolved and we've sharpened our elbows, we've sharpened our weapons. Like I said, we've got more arrows in our quiver. People have used the term, we've become anti-fragile, we've become resilient. People in our sphere have created alternative platforms, or they've tried to set up payment processors, things like this. We're adapting to these obstacles. We are sharp. Our arguments are now sharp enough to pierce diamond. I go back onto Twitter, and it's like our adversaries are still in 2016. I mean, for God's sakes, they're freaking out about Orange Man bad again. Like nothing for them has changed. It's weird.
Yeah, it really is. For them, and I said this, that I noted that when you're on the side of the powerful, you don't need to self-reflect, and you don't need to worry about being wrong, and you also don't ever need to learn. Whereas when you're not on the side of when you're opposed to the powerful, you need to do all of those things. You really need to examine yourself and your motivations and your beliefs, and you need to learn all the time new tools, new weapons to use in the discourse, because otherwise you'll get beaten. So when you see, and I noticed this with my old friends from art college, that they basically have remained 18 years old intellectually. It's amazing. They're now in their 40s, and they still have these childish beliefs. It's like they're not really interacting with the world as adults. It's like they're able to just keep believing the bullshit, but they're rewarded for doing that. So it's not really surprising. But the point is that they have no curiosity. They don't test ideas against reality. They don't think for themselves. And I think the same is true of leftists on Twitter. Because they're on the side of the powerful, they behave in the very same ways. They keep believing the same childish nonsense. They never look into anything. They never try to find the truth about a notion. Like Cheddar Man is the best example of this. But there are others.
Well, for me, the one that I've just been, and I've been posting that GIF of Neo from the Matrix when he's got all of his powers, and at the end of the first film, where he's come into his own, he's mastered all of his powers, and he is fighting Agent Smith with one arm, and with his other arm, he's
Yeah.
basically like
Yeah.
yawning, because it's just every day. The one that I get, it's in Cheddar Man. It's these birthers that I took apart this in my most watched video on YouTube, which is how to argue the case for ethno-nationalism. And I just went down through a list of all the typical arguments that we usually get. And this one that I called the birther argument comes from these people who will say, well, like, for example, Humza Yousaf is Scottish because he was born in Glasgow. And I just, every time I log into Twitter, I see this stupid comment. Well, what's your problem with Humza? He's Scottish. Or what's your problem with all of these Africans on the Irish football team, or on the Italian, football team, whatever? They're just as Irish as anyone else. They were born here. And every day I'm just seeing this, and it's like,
see,
how tiresome.
Yeah, what I would advise with that is just to have a boilerplate answer that's as terse as possible and shows them as little respect as possible, because you want them to know that you don't respect them. You want them to know that they're being silly, and you don't look up to that. But be as brief as possible. Don't get engaged. Just a copy and paste thing. I mean,
Well, for me,
what I would say with that is
it's the same voice response. Is this? I just show a picture of Jared Taylor and say, "This man was born in Japan. Is he Japanese?"
Yeah. Yes.
But you'd be amazed at the doubling down. People will double down and say, I think actually you and I were. This was on one of your.
Yes.
You and I were going back and forth with this guy who just kept doubling down about.
I mean, I don't know. I think that guy might have been really autistic, or just not very bright, or something. There was something blocking him from just having common sense and using it. I don't know what it is, but
well, a lot of these people, a lot of them confuse citizenship with ethnicity, and so they will say that, and also everyone, because of the Americanization of everything, people in Europe actually believe that their countries are based on a jus solis citizenship policy, where someone can be born within the arbitrary borders of a European country, and they are therefore granted immediately citizenship of that country, as is in the case of the United States. But that's not the case for the vast majority of countries, including the vast majority of European countries. But people think it is.
First of all, I would say that this just shows that citizenship is not worth as much as nationhood and ethnicity, because it's two different things, and you can just declare, I don't care about citizenship. I'm not talking about someone who happens to have a British passport, for fuck's sake. That's the first thing. And just declare it. And just, I know you care about this. I don't. It doesn't mean that the person's British, as far as I'm concerned. That's the first thing. But the other thing to say about this is so it's the idea of the proposition nation. So America, anyone can be American because they sign up to the culture and the values. Well, then tell me what Swedish values are. Tell me what British values are. Tell me what German values are. Tell me what French values are. Because the truth is, no one knows. It's all bullshit. And the values that you would ascribe to any of those countries will be exactly the same as the values that you would ascribe to any other of those countries. So am I Swedish then? Because I've got British values. And they're the same as Swedish values. So what's the fucking difference? It's nonsense.
I think that you've got a reason behind this. It's so funny that the people who always go on about diversity just do not care about genuine diversity. And I think that's part of the push behind this homogenization of values. Just like every country, wave the rainbow flag, because then we can all say there is no distinction between the values. Swedish values are the same as British values. Therefore, an Arab who migrates to Sweden and respects the rainbow regime is Swedish, just as much as a sub-Saharan African who goes to Britain and respects the rainbow regime and waves the gay flag is British, because the values are the same. We're all the same. We've all got the same values.
Yeah, it's complete nonsense. And the other thing is that if you were to enumerate what are supposedly the British values, not only would be the same as every other country, but also a lot of British people wouldn't subscribe to those values, or at least not as wholeheartedly as you would as others. So are those people not British? I mean, this is just bullshit. This
But
is
this
just
is what's
fucking
so
nonsense.
what has taken me by surprise is just to be back on Twitter interacting with so many libtards. Because I feel like I have advanced, I have evolved from where I was when I started my YouTube channel in 2018 to when I got my Twitter account banned 2 years later to where I am now, and all the things that I've lived through, we've all lived through. I am just bemused to be back regularly, you know, fencing with shit libs, and they've got nothing new. The other day,
It's Groundhog Day.
the other day, because of all of the recent, you know, events in Scotland with the appointing of a Pakistani Muslim as the First Minister of Scotland, that's been something that I've been talking a lot about and seeing a lot about. And just 24 hours ago, someone told me, not entirely facetiously, that anyone can be Scottish, just enjoy, you know, eating haggis and love
Well,
Scotland.
I don't enjoy eating haggis. So am
Yeah,
I not
and they
Scottish then?
said haggis and deep fried food and and consider yourself Scottish, and we'll consider you Scottish. And I replied, is there any other ethnicity that you reduce to just eating a type of food? If I go to Japan and eat sushi, does that make me Japanese? And the person responded, why do you care so much? Like, I still get the, you know, well, if you're born in Ireland, you're Irish. Yeah, and I said, well, no, because again, like hamsters born in stables aren't horses. If I was born in China, that would make Chinese. And then also, are you saying that an Irishman born outside of Ireland, what's his claim to being Irish then? He wasn't born in Ireland. His parents were on holiday in Cancun, and they gave birth to him in Cancun. How do you determine if he's Irish now? He wasn't born in Ireland. What is the method of determining then that he's Irish according to you? Like, there's just nothing going on upstairs with these people. And I find, because I on Telegram, like you said, it's kind of our thing. It's our space. You know, you don't really interact with a lot of shit libs on Telegram. So it's been a while since I've had to deal with these people. And it's just been so, like I said, bemusing to see that they're still the same.
Yeah, they haven't learned anything. But I think this is where you come up against the fact that just a large percentage of the public are morons. And it's something that you can say and sound full of yourself, but it's also just a fact that you really do have to accept, because at a certain point it stops being a badge of superiority and it becomes a fucking downer. And then you've got to get past that and accept it. A lot of people are really like, having an average IQ of 100. It means that population isn't terribly impressive intellectually. When it's the movers and shakers, they're a bit higher, they're a bit brighter. So you can get a false impression of what the society is actually like. When you're up against the general public, you realize 100 is really not very high. You end up having the same arguments over and over again with people who simply don't have the mental dexterity to absorb new ideas and integrate them.
But come on, Woes, these are not complicated issues. This isn't like
No, it's
deep
not. And
philosophy. This is
100
like
years,
trying to get your
no,
head around Heidegger. It's like, you can't
and
say that
100
an
years ago,
African born in Ireland is just as Irish as you, just because
of
he was
course,
born
and
there.
of
And
course,
that, oh,
and
well,
but
if I was
100,
born in China, I guess that would.
I know, but 100 years ago, these same people would have been as racist as you like, because that
Yeah.
would have been the general tenor of society. And but that's the thing. In order to progress beyond the general tenor of your society, you have to have mental agility, discernment, and that's what they lack. So
And we
I
saw this
think
with
you're on a.
COVID. And, you know,
Oh yeah,
with
yeah,
COVID,
yeah.
it was obvious. Just, I think another one of the things that really, you know, revealed to us the magnitude of what we're up against was just how compliant and moronic the general population seemed to be, and cowardly and petty. But with COVID, I could, like I said earlier, I always try and keep a bit of sympathy for the normie and the general population because of the sophisticated propaganda, because on some issues I was a normie not too long ago. And so if I can, learn and adapt and move on, then of course other people can too. And with COVID, I gave some, benefit of the doubt, and I tried to maintain some sympathy because it was an ever-changing issue. There was constant misinformation. The propaganda was sophisticated, but with these people on Twitter that their response to those of us who are on Twitter campaigning against our demographic replacement, their response is to mock us or to deconstruct our national identities. It's just like I can't give them the benefit of the doubt because they are so stupid. They haven't moved on, or they haven't evolved or thought of things differently. It's okay if you thought that the masks were going to protect you because that's what they were telling you, and really, okay, we had no idea. It's okay if you comply with the lockdown because that's what they said was going to work, and we had no idea about how bad the virus was, etc., etc. But with this stuff, it's like, how can you be so incapable of thinking these things through?
Mm-hmm.
And then doubling down on your stupidity when we tell you you're wrong.
Yeah, and explain why you're wrong. Yeah, as I said, it's a downer. And I think that you've got to... I mean, if you imagine a highly intelligent guy, highly intelligent, wise, learned, and he walks into a crowd of simpletons, really the only thing for him to do is get out of that situation. Just get away from the crowd of simpletons, because if he tries to reason with them, they'll eat him alive. Because at some level, they know that he's much brighter than them and much wiser than them. But also simultaneously, they convince themselves that he's not, that he's an idiot. This is actually the subject of another essay of mine about the midwit problem, which I'll probably put up quite soon as well.
We spoke about this on Millennial.
Yeah, exactly. I remember
you
it
and
was
I
partly...
spoke about this,
yeah, it's a huge thing. But the
for
point
me, it is a huge thing. The midwit is a existential threat to us and our well-being.
Mm-hmm.
These people who are so convinced of themselves, so arrogant. A line that I often use is that, your limitless arrogance is surpassed only by your unfathomable ignorance. It's just, they're so arrogant.
Yes, I saw
they're
you
so
saying
confident.
that. Yeah. It's amazing, and it's infuriating because you can see, as I'll flatter both of us here, as a wiser and more intelligent person, you can see that they are wrong, and so it's infuriating to also see that they're so fucking pleased with themselves.
So smug.
It's such an affront to goodness that they don't know their limits. They don't know that they're wrong, and they think that they actually have the fucking temerity to laugh at their betters and to mock their betters. Now, if I'm listening to, if the topic is mathematics, I just shut up because I'm not good at mathematics. And I know I'm not good at mathematics. I'm not going to make any pretensions about it. I will listen to people who actually are good at maths. I wish that these people on Twitter and so on, and the general public, had the same attitude on other matters and just shut up. But unfortunately, there's no reason for them to do so.
Smug.
Yeah, not so smug.
So
it's the smugness that's infuriating, because it's like a brick wall. You just know you're not going to be able to get through to this person because they are so pleased with themselves. Which is at once a delusion and a misconception on their part, but also at the same time, it's at some level they know that you're brighter than them and that you're right and that you're wiser than them, and they will do anything to avoid admitting that. So, as I said, if you imagine a wise man walking into a crowd of simpletons, The only thing that he should do is get out, because they're like hyenas. And this is what I would say to you is, I mean, with Twitter especially, you've got to think, is this a good use? Like every interaction you get into, you've got to think, is this a good use of my time? Or am I just,
think that all
have
the
I
time.
taken
Am
the
I
bait?
wasting my time?
Yeah. And a lot of the time you will be. And it's annoying because
when the hour
goes
by and you realize that you've still been going back and forth. The hour goes by and you realize that you've been going back and forth with this absolutely smug, insufferable midwit. And an hour has gone by of your life. It's like, in fact, then who is being the stupid one here?
Exactly. But you could have been doing something productive.
But I dig my heels in because I just cannot let these people get away with it. But that's how Twitter sucks you in. That's why people call it a hell site, a toilet. It's just, it sucks you in. These horrible people suck you in. The hive of activity sucks you in. It can be a very dangerously negative place. I don't know about you. Do you ever feel like when you've said something controversial, or you've engaged with one of these smug midwits, and they're not letting it be, they're not leaving it? Do you ever get that sort of uneasy tension of like, I don't want to check my phone. I don't want to log into Twitter and see how many fucking messages I've got from this guy?
Yeah. And see, what I try to do is avoid that situation coming up. So I'll disengage. I'll just say something insulting, and then block the person. Wait a minute so that they see that insult, and then block them, and then that's it. And then I'm free.
Yeah.
And it's not going to. I never need to think about that fuckwit ever again in my life. And that is, I did this the other day, and then the guy actually switched to a sock account. So that didn't quite work, but then I just blocked him on that as well.
That's unbelievable. That is some dedication.
Yeah. But I think he was a professional waster of people's time, because he kept engaging my followers, and it was a fuckwit. So, but not thick, just a dedicated waster of people's time, which is another thing. I mean, this isn't. It's connected to midwittery in a way, but it's a type of person who just actually enjoys this, and no matter what you say, he will never ever admit that you're right. He's not there to have a good faith discussion. He's there to waste your time. The internet really does bring out the worst in people. I mean, you couldn't behave like that in real life. You couldn't. That person. See, in real life, he's probably a nice guy.
Yeah,
he's probably sensible.
And this is the plus side of pamphleteering and IRL type things, because when you hand someone a brochure, a pamphlet, or you're canvassing a neighborhood, you can have face-to-face conversations, and there is something terribly impeding about online communication. I mean, I'm sure this has happened to you on many occasions as well, where you very much try to not come across as offensive. You choose your words carefully. You even think about how will this come across in the other person's mental voice as they read this message. And even then, it still causes upset. It still causes an offense, because it's not verbal communication. It's not audible communication. So it's up to interpretation of what's your tone here? What's this word? And there's so many times, even amongst ourselves, where we get, sort of infighting and bickering because all it took was a wrong interpretation of a word, or a tone of voice was imposed on a message that wasn't actually trying to be offensive. So online communication is quite bad, really.
I agree, and this is why I encourage people to talk it out in an audio call or whatever, because the written word is so precarious in this way. You can misinterpret things, and of course, because if it's public, people don't want to back down; they want to save face. So on both sides. So it's online text communication is extremely fast, but the cost of it is this great potential for misinterpretation.
Or Twitter, disinterpretation.
Oh,
Do you see how it doesn't make
yeah.
sense? That does not make sense. Oh, I disinterpreted your words there. It does not. You cannot
So
use
that
the
would be
prefix like that.
disinterpret. That would be deliberately getting the wrong idea.
But
Well,
that
I
we
guess a
have an
lot of
expression for
people.
that. We have willfully misinterpreting. You've willfully
Yeah,
misinterpreted, or you willfully
yeah.
misconstrued.
That's a good one. Yeah, I've got to say, I think that would be a useful word to have, disinterpreting, because I think a lot of people do that.
Actually, you might have a point there. I will allow potentially. I'll have to reflect on this, but I could potentially allow disinterpret. But I'm not backing down on disinform and disinformation. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Another thing too that annoys me about language woes is, and this is going back to the T stuff, this pronoun thing. That I know that Chinism stuff goes back as far as Weimar Germany and all that, but this pronoun stuff seems to have exploded very recently. And more than anything, it annoys me because it just linguistically does not make sense. In the very sentence, my pronouns are, you've already used a pronoun that isn't he, him, or whatever pronouns you're using. You use the possessive pronoun my. So really, your pronouns are my and she, them, or they, them, or he, her. And then what about your possessive pronouns? No one ever includes their possessive pronouns in their bio. It's always they, them, but never their or theirs. They leave that out. And then what I've never understood is, what is the point of these pronoun declarations? Because if I'm conversing with you, the pronoun I'm going to use with you is you. I don't understand. Like, when you're talking to someone, I'm not going to speak to you, Millennial Woes, and say, what does he think? Unless, are we supposed to address them in the third person? I just think
Yeah,
it's so
yeah.
strange.
It is a strange thing, but I think it's because those are the gendered pronouns. So he and him, his, whereas the others are not gendered. But the obsession with that, and this is what got Jordan Peterson, famous in the first place. And I know he was already famous to a degree, but this is what really exploded him. It was the pronouns thing. I think it's exploded because it's such a good way to get young people roped into the trans stuff, because it's a way that they can impose themselves on other people and get attention and be special just by declaring something about themselves. So you don't need to have achieved anything, and you don't need to have some obscure talent or ability that makes you special. You can just declare.
Before on other streams. I think I might have mentioned this when talking with you as well, about some of the personal costs that I've had to pay, even with family who now hate me because I simply don't want Europeans to be wiped out in their own homelands. So that makes me a horrible person. And so all contact has been broken off with me. Although, actually, to be honest, I'm the one who broke off all contact because I was getting nasty messages, even to the point of like death threats, even from Flesh and Blood. And so anyway, one of the most in Spanish there's a term, vergüenza ajena, which is kind of like secondhand embarrassment when you see something so cringe, so embarrassing happening to someone else, or someone else doing something so embarrassing, but then you feel embarrassed too. And I felt an extreme case of that when I checked in on a Flesh and Blood relative of mine and saw that he had his pronouns in his bio. It's just, and it's like, I know you. I grew up with you. I know you. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, man.
It's weird because I think it's easy for us to think that this stuff is online and it's somewhere on some American college campus. But the people I know in my real life, they won't get touched by this nonsense. And then they do. And it's this weird collision of your online life and your real life where
this is really happening.
Yeah, like I know people who I discovered that I knew them 20 years ago, and now they're on stand up against racism protests or whatever, stand up to racism. And it's weird. It's a really strange thing to think that I knew you and we had a laugh together, and I trusted you, and you trusted me, and all this kind of thing. And now we're on opposite sides of it. I mean, it's a horrible thing.
Oh, really?
And,
Yeah,
but
no,
this
I
must
mean,
have happened throughout all of history.
But this is, like I said, this is flesh and blood relatives that, are completely, feverishly angry at me, hateful towards me. But again, that's the power of the propaganda. And it's also why, Academic Agent was tweeting about this today. I think he must have caught the conversation I had with Greg Johnson and American Krogan on Countercurrents Radio about his book, The Populist Delusion, and just the overall question of, do ideas matter? Does ideology matter? Does morality matter? Or is it all just power? Is politics just people trying to get power? And he was tweeting about it today, so it's come to my mind now. And one of the reasons why I think it's not wise to write off ideology completely and morals completely is because clearly our enemies have constructed a moral case for hating us that is so strong that it even gets family to hate family. It gets flesh and blood members of the same tribe, the same nation, to hate each other. Like, one of the saddest things about, arguing with the shitlibs and stuff is that many times, almost 90% of the time, they are fellow white people. And I mean that really. They are genuinely fellow white people, not fellow white people. Because I have no problem, going back and forth with a brownoid or a nasty black person, whatever. That doesn't bother me. Who cares? I know that they don't like me, and I don't have to like them. But when you are faced with people of your own kin, whether if I'm arguing, the case for Ireland for the Irish, and I have Irish people telling me to fuck off, you're a racist, anyone can be Irish, blah, blah, blah. Or if I'm doing that with Italians, right? I'm half Irish, half Italian. Well, with a little bit of Welsh in there. It is really, it's not just tiresome and, am I wasting my time? It's actually kind of painful. It's like, why are you like this? Why are we not on the same side? It's the pain of treachery. It's the pain of betrayal, I think, really.
Oh, definitely. And people can do this for different reasons. It can be ideological, that they're infected with this stuff and they really believe this stuff, or it can be social, like, well, I don't want to be associated with you because it would be damaging for me, maybe even professionally, if it gets out that I'm friends with you. I've had both of these, and it is a horrible thing. I think that this is why I never wanted to get into politics. I've never seen myself as a political actor or activist, because the world of politics is vicious. And this is one aspect of that viciousness. And I know I'm not up to it. I know I'm too nice, I'm too sensitive.
Yeah. You're the Morrissey of the dissident right.
Well, I didn't say that. That's your wording.
You're too sensitive. You're too melancholic. You're a sensitive soul. You're a sensitive, artistic soul.
Thank you very much. I'm not. Those aren't my words. I'm just observing that it's a scary arena. Politics is, because it's about power, so that attracts a lot of bad people. I mean, power attracts, because the promise of power is something that appeals to, sociopathic people. And I would say that on the left as well as on the right. I think that a lot of people are, pretty fucking bad people. And this is how the atmosphere quickly becomes very shrill and very nasty, because no one is. These types will shepherd it into that sort of atmosphere, and then it becomes a conflict, and it becomes a contest between ideas, which ends up being a contest between personalities as well, because they will attack you personally rather than your ideas. I mean, the ADL, the SPLC, Hope Not Hate, never really talk about beliefs or ideas.
No.
And this was part of my naivety at the start, that I thought it seems amazing that, because you wanted this to be about how much things have changed, and this is one of them. That when they first tried to dox me in 2015, Hope Not Hate, I really went into all of this naively, with my eyes closed, because I just didn't have any experience of it. And so when they did that, my defense was to say, why are they afraid to debate? Why are they afraid of ideas? And I realize now that this just sounds childish. I mean, it's so quaint. It's like, what did you think you were getting into here? Of course they're not going to debate you. They're going to destroy you, because that's much easier. They're going to attack you personally. They're going to go for your funding and your platforms, and separate you from the people in your life. They'll make it more trouble than it's worth to be associated with you. This kind of thing. They'll try to get you fired from your job if you've got one. Why would they get into a debate about ideas when they can do that instead? And that's what they're geared to do. That's what because they're not intellectuals. I mean, they're not. I actually think they're quite stupid.
Well, and they're immoral, which is going back to the debate between Greg Johnson and Academic Agent. Greg Johnson says, why should we focus only on pure power and give up the moral aspect, give up the ideological side, when that's where we're strongest? We are right. We are right. Our ideas are better. As much as they try and paint us as these caricatures of villainous people, the vile vlogger, Millennial Woes, and we're all, we're racists and Nazis, we're actually quite decent, and we have actually the moral high ground. And so, of course, they don't want to engage with us on those fronts, because that's where they are weakest. Where they are strongest is in pure power. They have the power to shut us up. They have the power to dox us and fire us and do all these things. So we have to rely on the moral side. We have to rely on the ideological side, because that's where we are strongest.
Yeah. And I think this gets back to what you're about Twitter and arguing with people. I think you should just tell them what you believe and leave it at that. And don't play up to the this is a mistake that a lot of people make, is they play up to the stereotype, because they think, oh, well, if I'm going to be called that, then I'll just be that, and I'll be the worst version of that, just to stick it to them. And well, then you've just become their plaything. You've become their toy. You've become exactly what they want you to be. So it's a huge mistake.
No, I say it all the time. I am an optics cuck. Call me it. I don't mind. You have to be wise about these things. That's why I said it to the other, the person who was in the chat saying some things earlier. You have to understand and behave like you are living in occupied territory. Keep your head down. Be smart. And also, don't play into the caricature that they've painted of you.
Exactly. Don't act out the script that your enemy has written for you.
Exactly. Exactly. Especially when morally we are so far superior. Think about what they want compared to what we want. It's just, when I think about what they want, and when I say they, I'm talking about the globalists, the shit libs, the technocrats, and all of their bootlickers, and the ignorant people who follow their edicts. What they want, right? Completely erasing the genuine diversity of the European peoples and just, turning the world into this brownish gray goop where we all just watch the same Netflix shows and, eat the same goy slop and shop at the same multinational corporations. You know, that is terrifying. That is demoralizing. That's just not in any way a world that you can defend and justify on a moral basis, what
No,
they are
exactly.
doing.
If you can recognize it, then you will see it as hideous. But you've got to recognize it for what it is. And I think that's the stumbling block for a lot of people, because, and this gets back to what we were saying about Chemnitz and the concert. People think the global homo and the rainbow, what it means is everyone can be happy. Everyone can fit into their society. Everyone can be prosperous. Everyone can be included. And that's good. That's nice. What they don't see is that everyone, the average IQ is going to drop to 90, and nothing. There will be nothing sacred. There will be nothing but consumerism, which is horrendous. And this is why I think memes are so useful, because you can't really persuade someone of that verbally. If they don't get it, you're not going to persuade them verbally. But you can show them some fairly hideous memes that illustrate what global homo actually amounts to and what it results in, which is this human blob in his pod with a feed from KFC and McDonald's and so on, and he's just plugged into the internet, and he's just constantly a sort of low-key Valium of internet media distractions, stimulations that are completely meaningless. That existence, you would have to be completely insane to defend. Yeah. It's horrendous. And absolutely. I think when you see an image of it, it's so, and there is a perfect image of it that I've got. The meme is fantastic. And when you see an image of it, that cuts through so much text. And this is why I think memes are so useful. With especially on Twitter, don't get into an argument. Just post a meme and block them.
Mm-hmm. That's why I've got folders of hundreds and hundreds of images with different categories. I've got I don't know if anyone listening will relate to this, but I have specific folders with hundreds of memes in each one, or screenshots, or I also, I have things for posterity, headlines, like I said, so much gets forgotten. So I just, try and record it all and then remember it all. And I've got a pretty good memory. And yeah, I've got just folders full of hundreds and hundreds of these images, and rely upon them on various occasions for just that.
Yeah, but I mean, there are so many things that have happened. One thing that when I first got back onto Twitter, one thing I was going to do was make a list of do a tweet of everything that had happened since I got banned, so as to cover the missing ground, as it were. So I started from September 2018, and I was making this list, and it became very tedious and onerous. And and then I realized this is just silly. No one really wants this anyway. So I just didn't do it in the end. But I did compile quite a list, and it was remarkable how many things have happened. Like Notre Dame Cathedral burning, that was April the 15th, 2019.
Oh man, it's amazing how much of a non-issue that is. That should be, and like,
no one talks about it.
Was there ever?
Yeah, exactly.
The one of the most iconic structures in all the world was destroyed, and then it was just
yeah.
That's a shame. I wonder who did it. Oh, arson. Yeah. No, was it arson? No, it was just a cable fire.
But apparently there are loads of churches that, like smaller, ordinary churches, that are burning down all the time.
Hundreds.
I mean, even in Britain, it's in France especially. And these are ancient structures. I mean, every one of them is a terrible loss. So that's,
and most of them are destroyed by arsonists and vandals.
Oh yeah,
with an anti-European bent. So when it happens to Notre Dame, the most important church, and then there's just no investigation. Oh no! Unlike the other 100 churches that were burned down by Islamic arsonists and vandals and things like that, this one wasn't. This one was just an accident. Nothing more to
Mm.
investigate. Carry on. Forget it all happened.
Yeah, after 800 years, it just happened. And there's no particular cause. I mean, that is ludicrous. And then the next thing in that year was Jeffrey Epstein in August 2019. That was the only two things that like news events that I had for that year. Then
that
2020.
Was in 2019. Wow.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. It's nearly 4 years ago. Can you believe it? 4 years since we lost our dear Jeffrey. And then the next thing, 2020, was February the 21st, Hunters was released. Now, again, this is something that's been buried by COVID. The jogger thing also happened just before COVID, and no one talks about it now. But the Hunters was this absolutely appalling TV series. I think it was Netflix.
And was this the one with Al Pacino?
Yes.
This is Amazon.
And it had the clip that they showed was the most outrageous, like, ridiculous thing, where a guy at a barbecue just out of the blade just pulls out a gun. Someone recognizes him as a Nazi, so he just pulls out a gun from under the barbecue because, of course, he's got one there just in case, and just shoots everyone dead. And
and the person he shoots first is a Jewish woman, and before he shoots her, he reverts back to type and goes on this
of course
rant in German, telling her,
and apparently
I must have missed you in the camps or something, and then he shoots her. It was the most, like
apparently,
I said, it's a
the thing he
caricature.
says, apparently it's not even good German. It's such trash. It's such lazily written drivel that they couldn't even get the German grammar correct. Apparently, I mean, I'm taking that from German friends of mine. So that, and I think this program it felt significant.
They probably
at the
ran
time
his
because
lines through Google Translate. Woes.
Yes.
They probably just ran it through Google Translate. This is something, again, we talked about this in Millennial. The caliber of screenwriter, the so-called elite, they are suffering from the dysgenic effects of modernity as well, and the piss poor education that they've got, even at university level. When you've stripped,
and you can see this. I mean, the new Lord of the Rings is a good example of this as well, where it's just SJW politics. It's just wokery.
And of course, that's all
these people haven't lived. Yeah, they haven't lived. They haven't lived.
They've never gone through anything, so they have no personal experience to rely on or to infuse their characters or their stories with. They're all, trust fund babies, silver spoon, completely, isolated and well off in their, Beverly Hills bubble. And then, when you've stripped from the humanities, the liberal arts, the works of Shakespeare, Homer, because those are old white men, and you've replaced them with, critical theory and, random Shaniqua poets and things like that, well, then, of course, today's writers are incapable of even replicating, imitating something as grand as what Tolkien created, or, what can be found in the Iliad. They're not even looking to those for inspiration. So, of course, you're left with writers who are just basically activists who don't really know German, so they run it through Google Translate because they need to get that, what they think is that money shot, that high drama of the Nazi being discovered at the American barbecue, and then he takes out his gun and executes the Jewish woman.
Yes. And it's just insane. He's just a nutter, complete violent maniac who's been waiting to unleash murderous violence all these years. And finally, at that particular barbecue, someone gave him the excuse. I mean, this is just utter trash. No one, like, adults should not be taking this stuff seriously. So complete garbage. And I think that this, I mean, it was obviously Jewish revenge fantasy and all that kind of thing with that program. So that was interesting for that reason. And then the next thing that year was, well, obviously the COVID lockdown started, then George Floyd, and then the US election. And that's 2020. And
It's
the,
just
the
mad
other
to think that
there's another.
all of that happened. It's just, when you look back on it, which sometimes it's worth doing, to think about how we were all in lockdown, wearing masks, being told to stay indoors, don't touch anything, don't go near anyone. Then George Floyd, massive BLM protests all over America, cities burned down. Then it starts to happen in Europe. For some reason, the Dutch are marching in the streets of Amsterdam in the name of George Floyd.
It's
Uh,
just
okay.
bizarre.
I thought we're all supposed to be afraid of the deadly virus and not have any contact with anyone and be, I thought
Oh,
we're all in
oh God.
lockdown. And then that's the summer of George. And so then 5 months later, what we have a stolen election in the United States. It's just from a man who we're supposed to believe gets more votes than Obama.
Hmm.
It
Yeah,
all happened
and that's
within
it.
12 months.
Yeah. It was. I've said this before. I think as long as we live, we probably won't go through another year as much of a roller coaster as 2020 was. With those three massive head fucks that
Yeah.
really revised your, if you were awake, revised your whole worldview, your whole awareness of the society that you're living in. I mean, maybe
And
the
it takes something
most
to admit that. The other day I
yeah.
watched Neil Oliver, right? The guy who does, I think that's his
Mhm.
name, right? Neil Oliver, another Scotsman. And I caught his most recent little sort of speech that he does on GB News. And in this particular one, he was talking about how, 2020 made him aware of how naive he was. And it takes something to admit that. And he says, I'm willing to admit this now. It's not a pleasure. I don't like to admit this because I'm admitting how dumb I was, how stupid, how naive and infantile I was. But now I realize, especially because of the events of 2020 and since, just how fake and controlled and manipulated and just everything is. But especially that year of 2020, the election, the manufactured hysteria over George Floyd, just the strangest thing. And then
I mean, you've got to remember
and
what he
then
was.
COVID going on at the same time.
He was a violent, low-life, junkie, criminal scumbag. He was the
Who
dregs of
wasn't even, murdered by white police officers. Do you
no.
remember this? Talking about how much gets forgotten. Derek Chauvin was the only white cop. The other cops that day, one was a woman, one was Asian, and one was like a Hispanic Latino type thing. Derek Chauvin, conveniently the only one with a knee on, his lower neck, upper back, was the white cop. All the other cops that were around him were diverse.
I didn't
Nobody
know that.
remembers that detail.
Yeah, I've
It's
never
just
heard
this,
that before. But what
yeah.
I have seen the footage that was released eventually, because this was a good example. It's the same with Cheddar Man, how they let the initial furore play out with some an outrageous hint, but then the full story is released later after everyone's lost interest, and it shows a completely different picture. And with this, they eventually released the footage, and it was obvious that the guy was as high as a kite, and it just drugged up to the eyeballs, and he was already complaining that he couldn't breathe before he was down on the ground, long before he was down on the ground. And he had, 2 or 3 times the amount the fatal dose of fentanyl in his system.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
he died of a fentanyl overdose. It's obvious.
And again, it's interesting, how fast the body cam footage was uploaded or made public in the wake of that shooting in Nashville. Remember that the body cam footage of those police officers in Minneapolis, I believe, was where George Floyd was in.
Yeah.
You know, we never got to see the body cam footage until it was far too late for it to matter. The city's already been burned down. Dozens of people have already been murdered in the chaos, and this contagion of negrolatry had already spread around the world.
Exactly. This is what I was saying. It's like they allow the narrative to ferment with a deficit of information. So it's just he's just racist killer cop killed this innocent black guy, and then once that ferments, everyone assumes it to be the truth, and then when the full footage is released, it's too late for it even to have any effect. So that then the guy is put on trial. And there's no way that it can be a fair trial. I mean, he has to be found guilty because that is now what the American public expect, and actually the global public expect. I mean, it was just disgusting what was done there. And I remember that they had at least one backup plan that if somehow the trial didn't get the correct verdict, there was a federal charge against him as well, which would have, I mean, they were going to get him. He was going to spend the rest of his life behind bars one way or the other. He was fucked. The system was going to make sure of that. Just like it made sure that Biden won that election. You know, the sheer amount of corruption, I think at this point, no serious person really believes that we live in a just society or a fair society or a truthful society. Truth has left the building, so to speak. And I think that people don't really even expect it anymore. It's just taken for granted that it's all corrupt. Certainly by those of us who are awake. I guess there are normies who still think at some level that things are as they should be, or where they're not, it's because of innocent incompetence. But I think those people are getting fewer all the time.
Do you reckon the arraignment of Trump is going to have an effect on their perception?
Well, I haven't had a chance to look into that yet. It happened earlier today, and I'm going to. Apparently, he could spend. I saw somebody sent this to me. He could spend up to 136 years in jail.
What?
Yeah, that's a maximum. That's the maximum. Trump faces a maximum of 136 years in jail as unsealed indictment reveals 34 felony charges for catch and kill scheme that included $30,000 in hush money to a Trump Tower doorman who claimed that Donald had a child out of wedlock.
What?
God knows. God knows what to make of any of that. I mean, this is the thing. It doesn't even matter. I mean, who cares if it did these things? The country, America, is going down the tubes. I'm not saying people should be allowed to get away with whatever. I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, this is completely meaningless. And I also don't think that Trump is the savior of America either. I think that all of this is just drama. It's
hard for me
to distract people.
Feel any sympathy for the guy after what a disappointment he was, and a disappointment, but also just a traitor to the people who voted for him, and put themselves at risk for him, and the people he pardoned, and the people he did not pardon. So it's really hard for me to feel any sympathy for the guy, but at the same time, this is clearly a hit job. But it's so funny, the difference between what goes on in America and what goes on in Europe. America's like a crazy circus.
It's all much more
things happen there. Sorry?
It's all much more overt there and loud and like circus-like. Yeah,
and things happen there that it's just like things happen there regularly. I think Morgoth did an old video about this, about how things in America seem to like matter, whereas in Europe it's kind of all just like these petty
Yeah.
things. But I kind of see it
Mhm.
another way, whereas things in America just seem like a freak show, whereas in Europe we're dealing with some, real stuff like demographic replacement and our nations are being subverted. That kind of happened to America in the past, and now they're dealing with the after effects of it. But like this thing with Trump, it just seems very, very like a circus show, and the timing of it, and again the hubris, like with the election, this dithering old man who couldn't, attract 1,000 people to his rallies, beats popular Trump with more votes than Obama, and we're supposed to believe that. And now we're
I,
supposed to believe that this indictment of Trump and this arraignment happening right before the campaign for the 2024 election, it's just all happenstance. It's just the justice system at work.
yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. With Biden, it's easy to forget how surreal that all was as well, because it was at the height of
Mhm.
COVID. So he was appearing in public in the mask. He was it was very strange. And you would get these, I mean, again, it's a shame that our memories are so short, but you would get these things where someone would go up to the podium wearing the mask and then take it off, and there'd be a sort of ceremony attached to that. They'd be quite
Mm.
ostentatious about how they would do that. But then you
Mhm.
would also get things where people would pretend to be wearing the mask, but it's the inversion of that, where they're actually not wearing the mask, but they put it on for the benefit of the cameras.
Mhm.
And there was a
And once
thing,
the photo op is done, they take their cameras off, or they take
yeah,
the mask off, sorry.
exactly.
Mhm.
And I used this in the Millennial trailer for 2021, which really I'm so proud of. The trailer, not for last year, but the year before, which was the one with the white stag. And
Mm.
I still think it's one of the best things I've ever made.
Yeah, that was great.
And it was one of the clips used in it was of that. It was a German politician, a bunch of politicians on a panel discussion show, and you saw them behind the scenes, and they didn't have masks on, and then you saw the actual show, and they did have the masks on.
Mhm.
So it was showing the utter, the sheer manufactured nature of that
Mhm.
whole thing. I mean, that's just for the public. It's to keep the cattle wearing the masks. This is how much contempt politicians have for us. In Britain, it was the same, where they were having a
Mhm.
garden party, and it was all just fine. And no one's wearing the mask, no one's social distancing.
Except the
Everyone's just,
servers.
well, that as well. But the
Mm.
one I'm talking about, a different event, because there are multiple events. Where one of them, where yes, the servants were wearing the mask, which is just, it's really disgusting.
Mhm.
These elite people are so special that they don't need to wear the mask. They couldn't possibly be carrying this disease. But the dirty servants are of a lower
Mhm.
caste, so they have to wear the mask. I mean, that's grotesque. But the one I was talking
I
about was the
I
Downing
ended up
Street
hating the
garden
mask more
party,
than
where they
anything.
didn't.
I
Yeah, sorry,
hated
go
the mask more than anything. Even the vaccine. The mask for me was just, it was it inspired in me feelings of such hatred and loathing. I hated the mask. I hated people wearing it. I hated seeing them wearing it. I hated seeing people who didn't have to wear it in some situation, some circumstance, but someone else did, like in a restaurant. The poor waitress has to wear a mask, but the people eating don't have to. The
but
cook
oh,
sweating in the steaming kitchen has to wear a mask, but the people at the tables eating don't have to. It was
even
just
though the mask is pointless, and
exactly. Well, of course,
everyone knows it's,
right.
even if
That
everyone
just
were wearing the
added to the
mask all the
absurdity.
time, even if everyone were
Mhm,
wearing the mask all the time, it still wouldn't have helped anyone. But then you
mhm.
get these weird exceptions just to make life more complicated. At one point, I think this was towards the end of 2020, I went into a pub in Chelsea, part of London, and
Mhm.
I'd heard about this before, but it was the only time I actually experienced it because I deliberately avoided social occasions during this time because it was all so fucking weird.
Yeah,
But anyway,
yeah.
I went into this pub and you had to wear a mask from the front door of the pub to the table. But then you could take the mask off. But
Yeah.
if you went to the toilet during that time at the pub, you would have to wear the mask to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then once
Similar
you
thing.
returned to your table, you could take it off. But when you went to leave the pub at the end, you'd have to put the mask on until you got to the front door, at which point you could take it off. I mean, this
Yep.
is just fucking
I've just
ridiculous.
completely one of the ways that life has changed is that I do not care for going out anymore. And it's just been, crushed out of me, the desire to go to these. But what happened was I got so fed up with society, but especially during all this mask madness. I remember at one point I went out with my girlfriend and some of her friends, and same sort of thing. We went out to go get a bite to eat, and in the foyer, in the entrance, while we're waiting for a table, we have to wear a mask. And I just remember, and at this point, I was so fed up, and I had lost all sense of decorum and concern about how people would view me, that I even said to the hostess, to the person, checking us in at the entrance, I said, and at this point, I was not being like a Grinch about it, a grumpy, but I was actually just I was laughing in their faces, trying to, see if they could laugh too. And I said, "So the virus is here, right? We have to wear the mask here, but once we walk 5 steps behind you to those tables, we'll be okay?" And again, it's like with the people on Twitter, like, it doesn't re
Exactly.
the
There's this
absurdity didn't register with
inability.
them,
Yeah,
and it's like, "Look,
they
I"
cannot question it.
and it wasn't to mock her, and I'm sure, like for most of these, what we call them now, the wage cucks, the wages, which I think that's insulting. We're all basically wages anyway. Um, it wasn't to make her job miserable. I wasn't saying, "Well, this is ridiculous. This I refuse." No, it was like cracking a joke, but it was like the joke fell flat because she didn't see the humor in it and the absurdity in it. We have to wear masks because I had my mask off. And I think even my girlfriend might have had hers off when we walked in, and then she's like, "Oh, and can you guys put your masks on?" And it was like, Wait a second. So masks on while we're here, but you're going to bring us to that table. I can see the guy cleaning the table right behind you. It's 5 steps away. Once we sit down there, we can take our masks off."
I mean,
It
it does
was
make
so
you wonder.
dumb.
Oh yeah, and it does make you wonder how malleable people must be. I remember at one
Terrifyingly
point
so.
I did a poll on Telegram. I said, if the government announced that you could reduce your chance of catching COVID by walking sideways, what percentage of people would do it? Because
Yes, at one
I,
point, yes,
mm,
I was, like, screaming into the void on social media, especially during the times where we weren't allowed to have much interaction, trying to, you know, mock the situation, make light of it, expose it for the absurdity that it was, and yeah, I was saying the same things, like, all of you who are complying with this weekly changing raft of restrictions or protocols, if next week the government says that we need to, like you said, walk sideways, I think I said, do a handstand every 5 steps. Are you going to do that too? And it's like, I think we have to remember that some of the stuff we were being asked to do was ridiculous. But I mean, I'm just see if I can remember some of it. The wiping down every surface with disinfectant, uh, the elbow bump for greeting
God,
people,
I forgot about that.
the mask
Oh,
wearing in random places that doesn't make any sense. Um, all of the place, all again, talk about restaurants. Every restaurant got rid of their menus for some reason. Everything had to be, you know, you had to scan a QR code to look at the menu because apparently menus were vectors for the virus or something. What else? There was just so much.
Plastic sheeting up everywhere.
Yeah.
I went into a cafe at one point up in Scotland, and it was all like this. It was all these annoying tight spaces created by dividers in these clear plastic sheets hanging from the ceiling to isolate each table from all the others. And again, you just think this is surreal. You know, we're being
remembered
told to do things that, yeah.
In basically the biggest supermarket chain in Spain, Mercadona. They had a policy where, you know, when you go into you get to the till, you have, you know, every little aisle as a checkout aisle, right? It's not self-checkout. There's still cashiers that ring up your items and everything. Well, they made the policy change to prevent COVID, apparently. Normally, when you go into a checkout aisle, you push your supermarket cart ahead of you, or you get ahead of it and you start taking out your items and you put them on the whatever it's called, conveyor belt. And that's it. Well, in Mercadona, they said that you had to turn your cart around. So instead of pushing it by the handlebar, you now had to turn the handlebar towards the checkout aisle and push your cart through that way. For no reason. Literally, what does that do to stop the spread of a virus? And everyone was doing it.
Mental.
And if you didn't do it, the cashier would say, "Can you turn your cart around, please?" "Oh, sorry, sure." It was the strangest thing. And everyone complied.
Yeah.
Everyone complied.
Yeah. I think this is it. It's just the fact that everyone complied. And the thing that got me was that there was at least with the mask wearing, there was a very easy way out of it, in Britain at least, which was you simply had to say, "I've got medical exemption." If anyone asked you, if anyone took you to task, mask task,
yeah,
you could just say that and it would work. But so few people, and I just started doing that. You know,
I looked on with envy at Britain and Ireland, and I was speaking to friends of mine in Ireland who live in, you know, smaller towns or rural areas, and everyone there was just basically continuing life as normal. And again, even in the cities that you're in London, doesn't really get bigger than that as far as the city goes. You know, there it was just sort of like guidelines, polite suggestion. "Hey, would you like to wear a mask?" "Nope." And then carry on with your shopping, carrying on with your rest of your day.
Yeah.
In Spain, it was mandatory, punished by law, police agents in the streets checking to make sure you had to wear your mask outside Woes. I was stopped on 4 occasions, fined on 2. I was stopped by the local police and I was stopped by the civil guards for not wearing a mask outside. On one occasion, I was coming back from the gym. On one occasion, I was walking my dog on my empty street just outside my home, and a police car showed up. A Guardia Civil showed up and flagged me down. And at that point, on that ultimate occasion, I was so fed up with it that I actually, when they said, "Where's your mask?" I said, "I don't have one." And they said, "You got to put one on." And I said, "Well, I'm not going to." And in the end, what did me in was I got charged with lack of respect, falta de respeto, to the Guardia Civil. And so that's what they got me on. I probably could have gotten away with it if I, you know, spoke nicer to them and said, "Oh, I left my mask at home, but my home is just down the street. I'm going to go back inside right now." But I was at that point just so pissed off that I told these 2 Guardia Civil,
this
"Where's
gets
your
to
mask? I don't
another.
have one, and I'm not wearing one."
Yeah, this gets to another aspect of it, which is the emotional toll that it takes on people, because eventually you're driven to to behave in that belligerent way when you normally wouldn't. But the oppression is doing that to you. And so then you think, well, is that part of it? Are you meant to, are they being cruel? You know, it's like prodding an animal that can't get away from you. That's how it felt. It's like they were trying to fuck with you. Now, as it happens, I don't really think they were. I think because we're not important. You know, I think it's vital to remember that they're not targeting us with their policies. They're targeting the general public. So the rebels, the ones who are the malcontents who are going to disagree, aren't important. They're not the target of the policies. It's the general public. And the idea was to just oppress them, just control them, and keep them in fear, and so on. But there's cruelty and sadism in that as well, because that's how you get an old person who can't cuddle their grandchild. And I mean, I think that certain politicians should burn in hell for doing that, for imposing that
funerals
on
where
so
people
many
were
people.
separated. You remember the video of,
Oh
this
God!
Was in England.
Yeah.
What is it? The widow is crying, so her son scooches over to embrace her, and the funeral director intervenes and says, "No, no, no, you cannot. Social distancing."
Yeah, I
2 meters.
I think that was in Ireland. I'm not sure. It might have been England, but and it was the two sons who they were sitting on either side of her, and they like put an arm around her, and she was obviously crying, and they comforted her. And the funeral director intervened and said, "You can't do that." That was disgusting. I think that was possibly the single worst thing that I saw during COVID, because it was such needless inhumanity. And what difference does it make anyway? Because they're going to be doing that outside. They're going to be doing it at the reception and at whatever it's called. I've forgotten the term, the word for that. But the wake, and they're going to be doing it at home. So what difference does it make? And yet policy had to be adhered to. Even when
it was also to see how many people love to have the power of the hall monitor. That funeral director he gets nothing from separating the weeping, mother and her sons comforting her. All he gets from that is a bit of a momentarily, fillip of, I'm the hall monitor. I've got the power to do this, so I'm going to exercise it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't do it for sadistic enjoyment. I mean, maybe he thought, I have to do this. It's my job. I don't want to, but I've got to do it. For all we know, we don't know. But definitely there would have been people who were doing it for sadistic reasons. Absolutely. And this gets back to also the archetype that I mentioned earlier, which is the middle class fucking annoying woman who enjoys enforcing social norms and tone policing and that kind of thing. One time I went to the post office, and it was me and a friend, and there was a woman in front of us, and she suddenly turned around and said, "Could you stand a bit further back, please?" And
just anything to exercise that.
Exactly. I don't believe that she was actually afraid of catching COVID from us. I think, because it was late on as well. It was late on in the whole thing. And I think that she had learned that she can impose herself on other people by pretending to be worried about catching COVID. So the policy then becomes an excuse for imposing yourself on other people, for a bit of cruelty, a bit of self-righteousness. And so you end up, again, what we were talking about earlier, which is the revolt, the revenge of the average person upon the world. The self-righteous fuckwit who's never been special, but suddenly they have a way to assert themselves over other people anyway. This is something that I think totalitarian regimes probably are rife with, these opportunities for people to suddenly be bossy boots and feel important.
Oh,
What a
sure.
bitch. I've always remembered it's the only, I didn't have many experiences like that, but and I think that's partly because I living in London, a multicultural, ironically, a multicultural area is much more difficult to impose uniform policies upon. Whereas whenever I went up to Scotland, it was, much more ethnically homogenous, and the social solidarity, the sense of civic duty, the responsibility to other people was much stronger. And so, in London, you would see 2 or 3 people not wearing the mask in the supermarket, and one of them was me, and then there, be a couple of others. In Scotland, there was nobody not wearing the mask.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost like the homogenous society that we pine for in that instance turned out to be a double-edged sword.
And this is why the power, who is in power, matters, because it's like teaching Gaelic. It's a good idea, except that in this situation, that one that we're living in now, teaching Gaelic would be a way to make Africans, Somali, Congolese, Scottish, and it would be a way to separate the Scots from the English. So any tool can be used for good or bad reasons, depending on the nature of the powerful at that time. I think that's important. There's no tool that's really apolitical, unfortunately. It's can be used for good or ill.
Here's a question here, talking about things that get forgotten. This is something that I occasionally do repost. Haven't done so in a few months, but as we were going into the years following the height of COVID, as we came into, I think I did this a few times, even in 2022. Yeah, the images of the and the videos from China of people collapsing on the street.
This is another thing that's being forgotten.
Yeah,
we don't remember these
did
ridiculous
you ever
videos.
See a video or an image of anything similar in a European country, in America, in Canada? No.
People were shaking. Like they were on the ground just dropping dead, like in a zombie movie or something. They were just walking along and then they'd drop dead, or they'd be on the ground shaking, convulsing.
Armies then
saw
descends an
anything remotely
army
like
of
that.
people in white hazmat suits and like leaf blower machines spraying disinfectant in these Chinese streets. Nothing ever like that happened outside of China that I am aware of. Not one instance of someone just dropping dead in a European country or in America or in Canada. Never.
Well, ironically, it did start happening once the vaccine injuries happened.
Oh, yeah, on football pitches and basketball courts.
Yeah, exactly. That was when you had people suddenly out of nowhere dropping dead, but not.
And then the irony of ironies is that gets what gets amplified and what gets swept under the rug. Again, the roller coaster of this all. People, athletes collapsing, excess deaths in 2022 and 2023. In some cases, in some European countries like Spain, excess deaths by a percentage of 25% higher deaths compared to the same period of same moment of the calendar year in 2020 and 2016, for example. 25% increase in excess deaths. No alarm whatsoever. In fact, it's the referees' whistles are causing these footballers to drop dead in some cases on the pitch. No investigation, no alarm. But then during COVID, all the media could do was obsess over data points and numbers and decimals and percentages. But now that we have genuine excess deaths, all of that analysis has suddenly disappeared. And there's not an inquiry, there's no curiosity, it's climate change. It's the referee's whistle. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. Just incredible. Incredible.
It really is. The whole vaccine thing, it's another unknown. Like with the trans thing, is it going to, at some point, is the truth going to emerge, and are people going to be mental about it? With the vaccine stuff, I mean, I don't know if the excess deaths have continued. I remember several sets of numbers coming out, 6 months ago and 9 months ago, which indicated a sharp rise in excess deaths. But I don't know if that has continued consistently since then. I mean, something that I realized the other day is that Alfred Bourla, or Albert, the CEO of Pfizer, he has a tweet still up now. And it's from the end of 2021, I think. And he said, the new Pfizer vaccine, we've just done the tests, and it's 100% effective against COVID-19. 100%.
Yeah.
And he's never deleted this tweet, which you would think, I mean, maybe that would be an admission of guilt, so that's why he's not deleted it. I don't know. But either way, it stays up there. And it's been utterly disproven.
Well, evidently, they know that they're not going to get consequences. I think that's, for me, I honestly think, Woes, that this is going to be just forever lost to history. And it's what makes me feel like how much of what we are taught, what we're told, what we think we know is utter nonsense, completely false. Because, think about how they spun the January 6th narrative into being, in some cases, worse than September 11th. Like, you've just witnessed right there how they can convince you of, the masturbation machines and the electric floors and,
so
it was a plan to exterminate all non-blue-eyed, blonde-haired people. Like, just like that, they did it. In real time, you watched how, okay, a protest that kind of got out of hand. All right, well, that happened. No, in real time, you watched them turn it into worse than September 11th. That's in history now. There was a January 6th commission. And I feel like, the black pill with COVID and stuff like this is that no one is ever going to face consequences. The truth is never going to come out. And even if it did, it wouldn't matter. Look at the lockdown files in coming out of the United Kingdom. That the duper's delight on Matt Hancock's smile. As we now know, if those leaks are genuine, we know that he's just such a scumbag. And we know that Boris Johnson told him, I'm looking at the data, and from what I can gather, this is an illness, this is a virus with a very high survival rate. An 85-year-old woman has a 94% chance of survival. If you're giving me the option of shutting down the economy or giving an 85-year-old woman a 94% chance of surviving,
well,
which one do you think I'd choose?
Yeah.
Actually, I think the way he put it was, if I were the 94-year-old woman or 85-year-old woman with a 94% chance of surviving, and you told me it's either, take your chances, take your 94% survival rate chances, or shut down the economy, what do you think that 84-year-old woman would choose? And then then he caved, or he was made an offer he couldn't refuse, And
well, yes, and the thing is,
happen. There's going to be no consequences for these people.
Yeah, the things that like this that are in the lockdown files are the things that we were saying at the time. Well, a few months after that, once we had that data as well, and certainly a year later, everyone knew. But you were getting banned from social media for saying this stuff that they were saying themselves behind closed doors. We now know that they were saying the same things. This is remarkable. And with Boris, something clearly happened. And it's interesting to speculate. It's got a lot of drama attached to it, but something obviously did happen between the start of March and the middle of March of 2020, because he was going to go for the herd immunity thing for the reasons you've just described. He could see that it wasn't a serious illness and you should just go for herd immunity. But then that changed. And everything happened. I think it must have been, I mean, I'm guessing that the Bill Gates Foundation sent out people to every country at that point to liaise with the government and persuade them this is what's in your best interest. And Dominic, I've forgotten his name now, but one of the people in the government, British government at that time, has said that is what happened. The Bill Gates people arrived and told us what to do. And that changed everything. And so this is what ended up changing the world. I mean, Bill Gates must have made an absolute fortune from it. But the interesting question is whether it was just, financial gain. Was it just for profit? Or was there an ideological thing to it as well? And I think there was, because as I said, it's when the rainbow regime really came into its own, and it's changed society in ways that they desired. People are now much more dependent on authority. They're much less self-sufficient. They've got much less agency. They're much more obsessed with what the powerful say. They consult the powerful, and they consult science. People are much more obsessed with science. I remember hearing people say, the science says, the science tells us. Science isn't wrong. Are you a scientist? This kind of thing. Which again, I think that people have a need for hierarchy. They have a need for a cadre of experts who just clarify and simplify everything for them, who understand things for them, and just deliver us a simplified version of it to them, which is basically instructions for what to do, what to believe, what to say, what to think. People want other people to do their thinking for them. And we can despair about that, but it's kind of a road to nowhere. You've got, and the reason you want it to be a different way is that you want to reach the masses and the populism and get through to them, and then, but because that means that we don't have to persuade people to give up power. We can persuade the masses to demand that, but they're not going. The masses want people to be in power, even if it means corruption and lying and deceit, whatever. They would rather have that than anarchy and egalitarianism. Now, we should understand that because we're elitists, we're hierarchy. We believe in hierarchy. The trouble is, the real trouble for people like us is we believe in hierarchy and elitism, and we're not in the elite, and the elite are shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the real problem.
I suppose the silver lining is that all it takes then is for us to have just one hand on the steering wheel of our countries, just one hand on the propaganda machine, the capacity to get what we want, our messages, our ideas, our policies into practical implementation. And we don't have to really sweat about, oh, well, will the masses go for it? Apparently they will. If you just manipulate them the right way or make it seem like it's in their best interest. And in our case, we don't have to make it seem like it's in their best interest. Yes, what we want is in the best interest of our nations. But yeah, I've often said that the silver lining is that I think that if we had the kind of power and capabilities that the regime has, we could get people to be complete ethno-nationalists within about 6 months.
Try 6 days, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, look how quickly they were racist about Russians.
Yes.
It's remarkable.
Yes. That
I
was
honestly believe
completely regime permitted racism and hatred towards Russians like that.
I mean, I honestly believe if the powerful wanted people to be religious, it could be achieved very, very quickly. I mean, I don't really think, because it's all about inputs. It's all about what the cattle hear. And I'm sorry, I don't want to use that. I don't like it when people. I've always said sheeple is a horrible term and all that, but unfortunately, COVID has told me that this really is just the way it is. So it's all about what they hear, and if they just consistently hear, well, this God thing is real, believe it or not, the experts have done the tests and we've worked it out, and yeah, God's real. So whatever, whether it's pagans or the Ten Commandments or whatever, we've now got to live by these principles. Better get with the program, bucko. Otherwise, you're going to be an anti-vaxxer, religion denier, a reprobate. You're going to be a fucking loser and a pariah. And you're going to be left behind because you're on the wrong side of history. It sounds preposterous to us now, but COVID would have seemed preposterous in 2019.
And in fact, you mentioned paganism, pagans there, and there's an Irish lad who goes by Uber Boyo. He made a very interesting Twitter thread and then a follow-up video on his YouTube channel about this. It's also something that Adam Green has been saying, and of course Adam Green stands on the shoulders of others who came before him, whose books he dives into. And my very first Telegram live stream a couple of years ago was about this as well. This idea that what we're living through now, this woke revolution, is sort of like a religious phenomena, and it is similar. The similarities can be drawn to how Christianity took over in Europe, and how a civilization can go from one set of ideals and values and traditions and very quickly go to something completely different. And with that same toolkit of ostracization, manipulation, peer pressure, and then also once you start getting the elite to go along with this new revolutionary cult or ideal or whatever, well, then you're really in endgame, because once the elite go for it and start imposing it and implementing it, then that's how the change sort of snowballs. Very interesting stuff, and I think it's I think there's some merit to the comparisons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, any thought pattern, memeplex, or whatever you want to call it, can be made to take hold of the population if the elites desire it. I think we've seen the extent of how malleable the public are, and it's frightening, because we previously lived under the memeplex of democracy, and the popular voice, the will of the people, all of that kind of thing, and believed that it was rationality that guided policy and guided law and so on. So we thought that people must be rational, and we've discovered through a baptism of fire that they're just not. They're just not. The demand to be rational arrives into their lives as a real inconvenience, and then even that is simplified for them because they're told what the rational thing to think is. So that even that hardship is taken away from them. I mean, I just think that the human species is basically divided quite sharply into two groups, one of whom have the capacity to rebel, and often there's a certain adolescent dickishness behind that. But if you're still like this when you're in your 30s, or then I think it's something to do with your intrinsic nature. So a minority of the population have the ability to do that, and the rest just don't. Now, how one should view the rest, the majority, I don't really know, and it's probably up to each of us to make our own peace with this. I would hazard against having too much contempt. Remember that you're not perfect. Remember that they're better than you in some ways. because that'll just keep your feet on the ground. It's not a matter of sucking up to them. It's just a matter of having humility, because humility really is necessary, especially if you do have, qualities. It's all the more important to remember that you do have frailties as well.
Yeah, humility and perspective. This is why I think history is just so important. And as I often have done throughout the past years, just because I do believe that we live in occupied territory, our enemies have conquered us in ways, even though you might not want to admit that. So I often look to the example of Irish history and the various rebellions that took place there over the centuries, and talking about the general population, how to get them on our side. Does it matter if they're on our side? Why are they so dumb? Why are they like sheep? It's worth remembering that, and we're coming into Easter time, so fitting, I suppose. But it's worth remembering that the population, the general population of Dublin, did not support in any way the 1916 Easter Rising. They, for the most part, were not happy with that. They did not take the side of the rebels. They liked the status quo. They had cushy, comfortable jobs thanks to the status quo. They did not want upheaval. And when the uprising took place, it's not quite depicted accurately in films and things like that. It wasn't like instantly a battle broke out. There was a moment where the population, the Dubliners, were actually kind of clashing with the rebels who were trying to carry out this storming of the GPO and all that, because they didn't want it. They weren't on their side. But then what happens later? Well, the men of 1916 become heroes, and their memory ignites a movement that ends up ultimately culminating in Irish independence and all that. But in their moment, those men who died in Dublin on that day, they died thinking that the vast majority of their fellow Dubliners or fellow Irishmen were against them. And they just couldn't, fathom, why can't we get them on our side? Why aren't they not on our side? Don't they understand what we're fighting for? And I think that's worth remembering for us who are in this position right now.
Yeah, definitely.
It's also hard. It's hard to swallow that. It's hard, but I think we are in that position. We are rebels. We are in occupied territory, and the vast majority of the people around us, like we were talking about earlier, even our flesh and blood, are opposed to us. But it's because the status quo is just easier to go with.
Yeah.
And of course, they have economic interests and all these things too.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well, look, I'm starting to get tired.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've gone now for more than 4 hours. We're at 4 hours and 13 minutes. So I think I was going to say, and actually earlier I was trying to get to some questions, but as we often do, we go on these tangents. Well, I was going to try and cut this off earlier, but we just kept going. So I'm sorry about that.
Well,
I didn't have a moment to break in.
Let's do the super chats, though, if there are any. I wouldn't want them to.
Yeah, there's some on Odyssey here. Black Pigeon Pill has got a few over on Odyssey. So the first one that he said was, great to see the two of you together on a single stream. My question to you is whether you think the aristocracy of Spain and Britain, respectively, can undergo a renaissance in relevance, as both nations have monarchies. I'll just briefly say, I think the British monarchy will always be more relevant. It just has become such an institution globally, even. Whereas the Spanish monarchy is, I think there's people outside of Spain who don't know that Spain has a monarchy. But then, as far as relevancy within Spain, the monarchy is still very important. For any Spanish nationalist, the monarchy is incredibly relevant. So the question is to whether or not it will undergo renaissance and relevance. It already is, would be my answer.
Yeah, within Britain, I would say that the aristocracy, yes, I could see them in individually. Not, I mean, the idea of aristocracy would need to be. It's not. You're not going to just tell people this is. Well, then again, maybe you could. I don't know. If you started with the young and inculcated a different culture into them, yeah, you probably could. But the way I would see this playing out is that individual aristocrats would prove their worth, and people would get behind them as individuals, and that would eventually lead to an aggregate, a general impression of aristocrats as, you know, useful, competent leaders to have around. That's the way I would see that playing out. So, I mean, anything's possible. The other thing is that aristocrats, I mean, it's all to do with the habits that are passed down from one generation to the next. And aristocratic dynasties are famous for going bad, for turning rotten, because they eventually lose the sight of things, and they just, what's the word? There's a term for this. They they decay, and it's both a genetic thing, I'm sure, no doubt, entropy, that's the word, but also a behavioral, social thing where they no longer inculcate the same habits of thinking into their children, into their young. So they've just become bad leaders. They become incompetent. They become detached. They become idealistic and airy, fairy, your head in the clouds kind of thing. I mean, I would see Richard Dawkins as a perfect example of that. He comes from a not aristocratic background, but landed gentry, very wealthy for centuries, his family, and his head is absolutely in the clouds. And he's a highly intelligent man. So they've maintained the genetic integrity, but socially they've just lost sight of reality. I mean, he's useless socially. His prescriptions for society are not just neutral, they're positively destructive, because he's so inept and naive about how the masses are. Wealthy people, and I don't really know why this is, and I don't, by the way, I just want to make clear, I'm not a wealthy person. I don't come from landed gentry or aristocracy. However, I have observed that they can endure habits that would destroy people of a lower class, like having a drug habit, for example, or swinging, this kind of thing, degeneracy. I think when, for some, and I don't understand why it is, but for some reason, when you have a lot of resources and connections and just confidence in your station and so on, you can withstand these things. Whereas if you're in a more precipitous situation, these things will destroy you. And this is why something like atheism, well, if you've got loads of money and you never need to worry about anything, you don't have the fear of meaninglessness. Your life is generally very pleasant, and you're in contact with other people who are of a similar station and similar intellectual level. Your conversation is always stimulating and interesting, and there's always new stuff to learn and discover. Well, then you can do without God. Far more easily than if your life is hard and there isn't a sense of direction, there isn't a sense of constant progress and discovery and new things. So atheism is fine for Richard Dawkins, but it's toxic for society at large. But he doesn't know that. So because he's in his ivory tower.
Right.
So this is a good example of how the aristocracy can, and whatever, landed gentry, rich people, can be completely out of touch with how life actually is for the majority of people, which would be fine if they didn't then tell and preach for what's right and what's good for the vast majority of people. Which so yeah, but the short answer to the question is yes, but they would they could be revitalized and so on, but they would need to really be hard-headed and fucking sensible about it and let go of a lot of delusions and be prepared to do that, which is a difficult thing to do.
Okay. Black Pigeon pilled again on Odyssey. By the way, all of these super chats or whatever on Odyssey, I don't even know if I can access these because my account is European. But anyway, I do appreciate them. I should have sent in the Entropy super chat link earlier. But anyway, he asks again over on Odyssey, please can Pox and Woes discuss the prospect of the UK? Do you welcome it? Maybe he means the prospect of the dividing of the UK or the
I
end of
think
the
so.
UK.
I
Is
think
it inevitable now? What comparisons can be drawn between the
let's
UK and USA in regards to
well,
projected future
so
balkanization?
right, so that's more about multiculturalism than about the Scotland leaving the Union sort of thing. I think balkanization is probably inevitable, especially because the newcomers themselves dislike each other. So you're going to have Hindus and Sikhs and Muslims. I mean, it could get quite nasty.
Yeah, we've already seen it in Leicester a few months
Exactly,
ago.
exactly, and
I'm sure it's happened in other places as well. It just didn't
exactly,
make as much of a splash.
and it's just a numbers game. I mean, once they're in sufficient numbers, they no longer need to conform to the white mainstream. But also, once they're in sufficient numbers, they can begin warring with each other. So, I
Oh,
mean,
we've
this
already
is
seen this
power
play out
dynamics.
on Twitter. This has been playing out for the past couple of days. There's already infighting, I suppose, if infighting. There's already fighting between the Pakistani Muslims and the Indian Hindus because now that the Tories are full of all of these Indians, they are, it's this ridiculous framing. The Tories, which have now been completely, taken over by racial foreigners, are still being called Nazis and fascists by retarded, laborites and libtards, because Suela Braverman said some things about Pakistani rape gangs, and like this is something that I've just seen uh, all day today on Twitter. And there's this tweet from a man, Adil Ray, or Adil, I don't know how his name is pronounced. Do you know who this is? Adil Ray, OBE.
I've heard of him, but I can't remember what the controversy surrounding him is
He's
now.
just some brown guy. He's just some Pakistani. But listen to this tweet. He says, and this is in response to all of this talk of Pakistani rape gangs coming from the evil fascist Tories. As Brit Asians, we've grown up aware of tensions between Indian and Pakistani communities. Our generation use our platform to provide a counter narrative. We make allegiances and share common values. So it is shocking to see Brit Indians in government demonize Brit Pakistanis today.
Get used to
And
it.
I just replied, the fact that this tweet even exists shows what a shit show Britain has become thanks to decades of unchecked migration and demographic discombobulation.
Yes.
Brit Asians, Brit Indians, Brit Pakistanis, all of these hyphenated nationalities and this fight between Pakistanis and Indians on British soil is a shit show. It's horrible. This is not an enrichment. This is not a strength.
No, absolutely not. Suella Braverman is herself of Indian origin. I would expect that means she's of Hindu or Sikh, most likely Hindu origin. So similar to Rishi Sunak, and that explains how they can. It's very strange because you don't know what to believe here. Are they engaging in an ethnic rivalry with Pakistanis? Or are they doing it just to for white reasons, as it were, to keep the gammons on board with the Tory party? I mean,
Well,
it's
probably,
too yeah. It could
I
well
would
be
say
both.
probably it's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
latter.
yeah.
I don't know. I think they care more about power than they do transplanting their ethnic turf war into Britain. But for the man on the street, for the Pakistani and the Indian on the street, yes, it will be an ethnic turf war. If
Well, yeah.
it devolves, and it will
And
probably.
I remember I knew an Indian guy in Scotland who was very pro Scottish independence, very much a liberal, very anti-white. Well, he's now got a Pakistani first minister in Scotland. I hope he's happy.
Mhm.
And if if Scottish Labour get in at the next election, let me just make sure of this. I'm fairly sure, yes, if Scottish Labour get in at the next election, which they almost certainly will, well, the leader of that is another Pakistani Muslim. So, I mean, there's some schadenfreude in this. It's like, okay, this is what you asked for. You wanted brown men in charge. But at the same time, the Scots, the white Scots, are only going to lose from this. I mean, because I can imagine Anas Sarwar, the Labour guy, or the current Hamza Yousaf, I can imagine them going for ethnic favoritism and helping lots more Pakistanis move to Scotland and getting, business deals and funding from the state for Pakistani projects and all that. And I can imagine whites, but more especially Hindus and other Indians, seeing that and resenting it. And what I would say to them is, this is why it was a good idea for us to live separately in the first place. Because now your turf war with Pakistanis is now transferred to the white country that you moved to and worked against and preached against, and you told us how racist we were. So now you get to deal with the people you were dealing with back in India. Fucking have at it. Yeah. But there's some satisfaction, but as I say, in the end, it's not going to benefit us either.
Yeah, it's a very hollow, bitter sort of satisfaction. Very Schadenfreude. My answer to the prospect of the breakup of the United Kingdom, I think eventually Scotland will probably get independence. As far as balkanization in the USA, I'm not so sure. It's very complicated because it's not such an easy draw on the map. There's a rural-urban divide. It's a very big place. I don't know, but we will talk about the UK question, independence, the breakup of that on another conversation, hopefully soon. Let me move on to the next one.
I'll just plug my Substack briefly yet again by saying that the reason we're not going into that matter now is that I've got another 2 or 3 essays about Scotland waiting to be published. One of them was just published a few days ago. That was the first one, because I've never really talked about Scotland much on in my videos. Partly it's as I was saying earlier, it's because there's so much to say that I don't want to leave out, because I would inevitably leave out a lot of stuff if I were to speak verbally about it. So, but writing is much better for this. So I've been writing a lot about Scotland, and once those essays are out there, then we'll Pox and I will do another stream, and we'll talk about that matter.
Yeah, I think our side needs to hear some more perspectives on independence movements and actually see them for the potential that they represent, even though they are currently puppeteered and comprised of unsavory characters that seem to have anti-nationalist ambitions and motivations. But I think we need the status quo to be shook up a bit. And I also think that, there's a lot more potential. The question was, is it inevitable? I think there's a lot more potential in Europe for things to be shook up, and in a good way. Okay, Hinchfoot, he has a little poem here for you. Oh, meet it is, and passing sweet, to live in peace with bros, but sweeter still, and far more meet, to listen to live streams with Woes.
Thank you very much, Hinchfoot. That's
Black
very
Pigeon, Black Pigeon Pill again says, does Woes think the technical difficulties with Twitter Space yesterday were malevolent?
No, it was my phone. I've had the smartphone since 2017. It was my first one. Like you, didn't. I delayed getting one for a long time, but mostly it was because I just didn't have any money. But then in 2017, I really needed to get one because it was in a different country and all this kind of thing. So that was when I got it, and I've had it ever since then. And it started slowing down about 6 months ago, and then more recently it started crashing. And the other night when I tried to do the Twitter space, it crashed twice, and I realized it just can't handle it. It's just giving up the ghost. So I'm going to have to buy a new one, and I really don't want to because it's such a fucking upheaval. Everyone says this. It's a nightmare to replace your phone because you've got to somehow transfer so much stuff that like the authenticator app and all that. I'm dreading it. I don't know how difficult it's going to be. So that's, I'm going to have to do it somehow, or else get someone else to start the space, and then I'll link to their profile and just use it to do that. That's probably what I'll end up doing in the short term. So no, I don't think it was malevolent at all. I think it was my antiquated smartphone, because 6 years is a long time in planned obsolescence.
Yes, indeed. Dino Legovich asks, is it true that YouTube is taking 50% of super chats? I have no idea.
I think it was 25% back in my day, something like that. That rings a bell, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
Angriff says, have a couple of bucks. Thank you. But like I said, these Odyssey donations, I don't think I can actually utilize them or convert them into anything. My channel is not monetized, and I think Odyssey doesn't accept European. Well, I know this. They said so. They don't have a platform for European bank accounts at this time. But thank you anyway, Angriff. A Real Witches Brew says, what does Pox and Woes think about the recent article I saw this week where the topic was Cornish schools attempting to de-Anglicize their education? Part of me agrees to push a sense of ethnocentrism, a sense of localism, but I'm afraid it's just used as a way of pushing global homo, divide and conquer. Woes, you were kind of alluding to this earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing that I was saying before about teaching Gaelic in Scottish schools. If we had a sane, healthy society, it would be good to do these things. Since we don't, since we have a malevolent society, these things would be used against us. So detaching Cornish school children from English culture would just be a way to divide and conquer. And non-white immigrants would then be speaking, I think it's Cornish. I think there's a language, I can't remember now. And so they'd be regarded as just as Cornish as anyone else. So it would all be, I wish we could do this. I really do, because I would like a world in which there were lots of these different cultures. Like, I think it makes sense for Yorkshire to detach from England. These ancient kingdoms, as they were, it would be more interesting if there were more variety within England. You know, one of the depressing things nowadays is that everything is the same. Every fucking town you go to, it's the same brickwork, the same architectural style, the roads all look the same. Everything is homogenized.
This is the great
it's depressing.
black pill, is to see that the overall arc of history seems to be towards this global union, this one world, and that's why I say it's a very disgusting irony that the people who go on and on about diversity are doing everything they can to crush genuine diversity. And they have been for quite some time. It's not a recent undertaking of theirs.
It's a very schizophrenic thing. And I guess the people at the top must know exactly what they're doing. They must. I mean, they can't be at the top if they're fucking stupid. But ordinary people don't really know what's going on, and they're just parroting. The contradictions. I mean, you saw it with COVID. There'd be blatantly contradictory things, and people would just find a way to make it make sense. So I think with diversity and equality, those are completely opposed, those concepts. I mean, if you're going to have diversity, how can you possibly know in advance that all of the cultures are going to be of equal value? Why?
And then also say that we're
Why
all
would
the
they be?
same. And
That
that it's
as
all,
well.
it's just a social construct. There's no such thing as, European. It's an illegitimate category.
It's just the blatant
What does it even mean to
contradictions.
be English? What does it
So,
even mean to be German?
and yeah,
All the
but no
same,
one
but we
would
need
ever
more
say,
diversity.
exactly, but no one would ever say, well, what really is Congolese? What does it actually mean to be
Right.
Kenyan? What do you mean by that?
They never deconstruct the Palestinian
So,
identity, even though
and
Palestine has been the site of many, many ethnic groups.
yes, so that these blatant contradictions right out in the open, but people just live with them. No one cares. There's no consistency. There's no rationality, which is so. This is another of the head fucks of living in our time and being sentient. Is you realize people are they're fine with doublethink. They're fine with contradictions. They're fine with a complete lack of rationality. It doesn't matter. They can live with it easily. And then you're left trying to work it all out, and you're troubled by the fact that no one else is bothered by this stuff. Weird.
Yeah. Well, I think that to answer the question from Real Witches Brew, without knowing any other details about this attempt, I fully support it. I fully support it. I fully support Irish schools teaching Irish. I fully support Welsh. The same thing there. I support dialects being defended and utilized and promoted in countries like Italy. I defend the Catalans for their efforts to maintain their language. I've gotten into this on multiple streams, and anyone who wants to check those out, they're all uploaded to Odyssey. You can find them. I've been speaking about these issues of separatism and localism for quite some time, which is why I really loved Woes' essay on Scottish independence. And again, looking forward to talking to him about that in due time. But yeah, my general answer is that I support this entirely.
Right.
Okay, Witches Brew has another question. I wanted to ask about Andrew Tate, because it seems as though no one has picked up on this, is that he often invokes, quote, "my ancestors smile down on me," end quote, when he talks about his life actions, despite the irony of him having two distinct ancestral lines. I can't even imagine a white person invoking the same. Well, no, not in the general population, but check out, I think one of the most interesting sides of our thing is the pagan side. And that might rub people, the wrong way, but I think there are some very interesting heathens on our side of things. And if you listen to someone like the Golden One, for example, he talks very much about the importance of honoring your ancestors and living as if your ancestors are looking down on you. In fact, I think he produced a T-shirt, even that like a T-shirt that has that on it. My ancestors are watching, this type thing. But yeah, I think definitely someone like Andrew Tate can get away with it in the current zeitgeist. I don't know. What do you think about Andrew Tate and invoking his ancestors?
I think it's covered up by all the other controversies. If he were famous and he said this, it would probably be controversial. But it's obscured by all the other stuff about alleged sexual violence or what else is it? Gambling, drugs. I don't really know what he's been accused of. So that
Well,
I didn't
apparently he's
even know
been
that
let
he'd
out
ever
now.
said this. Yeah. He's been let out, and he's saying that there's a 0% chance that he'll be found guilty, something like that. I mean, I suspect it's all bullshit, as it was with Johnny Depp, as it was with Marilyn Manson, as it was with me in my own my own level. I mean, this happens. You know, women lie. I mean, I think
Well, in
with
this
someone
particular
like
case,
Madeline.
he wasn't. This particular case was about money laundering. It wasn't about any
Oh, of
potential.
course. Right.
Yeah,
I'd forgotten
that
about
that had
that.
already happened. He had
Right.
already
Right. Okay.
been in hot water for some for some allegations of whatever. I don't even think it actually ended up being.
I thought it
It
was
was. It
about.
was no. It was. It was a media. Tempest in a teacup type thing where there was this video of him engaging in like some rough foreplay,
Yes.
and it went out, it got leaked out, and people immediately reacted thinking that he was abusing this girl. Turns out that was like his girlfriend at the time. So then she comes out and says, no, that was role play, blah, blah, blah. This particular instance, why Tate has been, him and his brother were in this Romanian prison was because of a money laundering charge. Well, actually, technically, they weren't charged with anything. That's why, whether or not you like Andrew Tate, and there's plenty of reasons not to like him, but he was done dirty here. There was no charges, um, but they were held in prison for all this time, which is, I don't want to live in a society where that could happen, even if it
No.
happens to someone as distasteful as Andrew Tate. So we actually don't know what they were in prison for, but in this particular case, it was apparently due to something financial. No Chance says it was sex trafficking allegations that he was in prison for. I believe that was the first previous thing. He's got a pretty dodgy past. That's what he was in
I
trouble
mean,
for
this is the thing.
before.
He does seem like the kind of guy who's going to be into some dodgy stuff,
Yeah.
both in terms of business and in terms of his private life. He does seem like someone who's not the most savory character. But whether he's been, what I heard was that it had been, the woman had come forward and said, no, that was some sort of game that we play. I think other women had Me Too'd it. I can't remember. I get them all mixed up now because Marilyn Manson and Johnny Depp, and there was another one as well. I forgot.
Oh,
But
there's been
this
so many.
seems to be happening so much now. It's just sick. It's just sick because you can
The
destroy.
UFC,
A
I
man's
think
reputation is so precious.
yeah.
It's a very
One that
once
really
it's
struck
stained.
me,
It's.
that I really felt bad for the guy because I don't care about these celebrities. I don't know much about Andrew Tate. I don't really care much about Johnny Depp. I kind of understood the detail. I generally took his side because I just figured it's going to be another, Me Too exaggeration, attempt to ruin his life, that sort of thing. And I've got no reason to dislike Johnny Depp. I don't think he's he's a shit-lib subversive actor. He's not like Seth Rogen or something. But
No.
one that did really make me feel bad for the guy was Frank Langella. He got just completely destroyed. He was filming. He was cast to play the lead in an adaptation of The Fall of the House of Usher, and in a scene where he is supposed to be making love with the actress, he fondled. He moved his hand, ran his hand up the actress's leg.
Yes, I remember that. This is an old
Now
guy. Yeah.
that wasn't in the script, so she accused him of a sexual misdemeanor of some sort, and because oh, you did something that wasn't in the script. It wasn't in the blocking. It's called, right. That's the technical term. So he's a sex deviant now, and all it took was that complaint. She didn't talk to him. She went directly to HR, and so what happens? He's
His career's
cut from the
fucked.
film. His career's done. he wrote, I think it was in Vanity Fair, he wrote his side. And I remember, again, this was before my Twitter account came back, so I just remember, reading the reactions to it, the Vanity Fair tweet of his sort of open letter, and it was sad to see so many people are taking the side of, like, this is, again, just going back to the stupid normies, just saying, well, he shouldn't have done that if it wasn't in the script. It's like, it's acting.
Yeah. And
he's got no record of any misdeeds in the past. He's an old guy. He's an old actor.
That's the other thing. He's off a certain generation. He's 80. He was over 80 when this happened.
Oh my God, 80 years old.
Look at what guys got up to in the 70s. It's stuff that would make your eyes water now. The behavior that used to go on between the sexes that was regarded as quite normal, like just slapping a girl in the arse. Can you imagine doing that now? I mean, fuck's sake. I mean, it's just, with an old person, I just think it's sick to impose this, to expect them to be au fait with contemporary standards. And furthermore, it sounds like he meant no harm whatsoever. It sounds like he brushed her,
he ran his hand up her leg in a scene where they're making love. What, I mean, I just want to know what was in the blood. Like, he could have been in the script. He could have been permitted to touch her breasts if that was, in the script. But he did something that she wasn't expecting, because actors improvise, and so therefore she Me Too'd him. And I just felt bad for the guy, because he's so elderly, because he's a good actor. And it just, like, if you read his open letter, he clearly had no intention of harming or mistreating this actress. And now,
I did read that.
Instead of retiring and going off into the sunset and getting a Lifetime Achievement Award, whatever, he's, been reduced to this.
It's terrible. I mean, similar things have happened. For different reasons, like with David Starkey, for example, different things where, it's just sad. It's just sad. But,
again, it's hard to, have too much sympathy for these people. I'm sure they wouldn't have any sympathy for people like us. But again, like, I don't like injustice wherever I see it. Okay, I think that's all of the questions. There's nothing else going on over on Odyssey that I can see. And also, it's just been far too long. I hope you have enjoyed this. But we are coming up to 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm starving now. I've got to.
And I hope you in the audience as well have enjoyed this. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for the I don't know what they're called over on Odyssey, hyper chats.
Yeah.
Thank you for those, and of course, thank you, Millennial Woes, for hopping on the Pox Populi channel for a lengthy chat.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure. I would only say I would ask people to have a look at my Substack, check it out.
Yes,
you might like it. That is where I'm sort of directing most of my energies just now. So there we go. And
Woes is on Telegram as well. People have asked. I've seen on I saw someone responding to your tweet saying that whatever they're called, the Twitter space didn't work out, and someone said, "You should be on Telegram." So I just want to say that Woes is on Telegram, and he's been on Telegram for some time, and he does a Monday Telegram live stream, so you can catch him there as well.
Yeah.
And he's on Twitter. Someone else in the YouTube chat said, "Wait, Woes is on Twitter?" Yes, Woes is back on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm there. So it's just as it's spelled on screen just now. So that's how you can find me. So
okay, everyone.
All right. Well,
thank you all. Yep, and I'll catch you next time, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.